All right, now I can go back and forth with this 100 times. And I see that my signal strength is rather low. So I take my time. But I didn't really have a way of responding that was concise. And so I figured I would just go on and make it a plot twist. Now, when I'm looking at it, oh, wow, yeah, see, because I can do this now. I have a touch screen monitor, so I got to be careful. And I know you see me on the screen, but this is what it takes for me to sometimes rationalize a complete argument. I had to pull icons almost like a whiteboarding session. And so bear with me as I attempt to logically or rationally answer the question. But there was a question posed earlier about whether Black women should stand their ground for the men in their life in scenarios where she would have to take a life in order to defend his. And in fact, it was such a dynamic conversation that I felt more Black men should speak on, especially as in my shoes, husband, father, veteran. You can check the boxes, but even joining the panel, it was like knocked on the neighbor's door. Hey, I heard y'all having a conversation. I got some food for the grill. But yeah, I just wanted to join. Is that okay? And so the conversation is about the castle doctrine. And then the question, it asks whether or not the Black woman should stand her ground in defense of the man she loves. And so, yeah, I've said it twice now. Now I'm looking at the icon, and when you really sum it up, like literally sum it up, this image on the left side is like the ocean connecting to where it makes connection with land. So for me, it's from one argument, there's the point of no return, but once you're here now, and so not the point of no return, but the point of deportation where they got off the boat, wherever that might be. And that's a good situation for the conversation because now we're at the castle. And the next icon is the sun on the horizon, which shares the experience from the diaspora's point of view. And then you have an open road, which for me is that sign of freedom that would connect whatever you got off the boat, right? From the conversation then, the next icon is a shack. Because while most never achieve a castle, they do have to settle for something less than what that doctrine was designed to represent it. All right, and so head for the hills. There's another sunrise. We learn to live with it, but that's in an agricultural or an agrarian space. And I'm just going by the icons that I use to remind me of the things that I felt would be important to include as what I consider when I'm answering that question. And so the open road represents freedom again, but the freedom to go where, right? And so we have these roads, this roadmap where if you just follow the road and you follow what the government has laid out for you, and you know the rules of the road as the government is laid out for you, they've given you signs and indicators and classified things in so many ways to make your journey easier according to compliance with driving within the lines of the roads the federal government has created. And for that same reason, there's intercommerce which the next icon is trucking. That trucking is the way that people have started to incorporate, well, the inter-commerce laws. Black people were treated like commerce. Black people were property. And so today we bring that conversation home, wherever your home may be. Now, from that icon, I can either go down and we can start talking about the other methods of transportation. But as you can see, there was a lot that went into the journey. Each of these icons can still be connected to the icon that's closest to them by proximity. And there's no way to dumb this conversation down. So I figured maybe if I took some of my energy out and stop yelling at people who get on my nerves for having other opinions, they might be more receptive. Because I know me simply sharing the link in the beginning isn't enough to keep the conversation going when Black women do open up their platform and ask the tough questions to Black men. And when they share the platform for Black men, we don't often get the best representation on the platform. And I am an example, because even when I was given the opportunity to take the link on that very platform and conversation earlier, excuse me, now I'm stumbling, mumbling. But even when I did, I went up and addressed the other man who got on there rather than answering the question for myself. But I guess that's what conversations do. Once you're triggered, you're just in the moment of being triggered. And oftentimes we get people who are in their reactive mode rather than the people who were prepared to even answer that question once they were already in their emotional state. And so with these interconnecting icons, there's intersectionality. And oftentimes it seems that if somebody's icon that they connect with most, i.e. the castle doctrine, is furthest away from someone else's dogma, standards, expectations, and so forth, i.e. I'm a husband and a father and a man, and then my icon, the home, that I think is the most important, might not always get the representation on the panel. Sometimes it might be the shack looking or the broken home icon. And so it might be closer to the scenario of having the castle doctrine come closer to home, essentially because people are exercising the fullness of their freedoms. Despite the alternatives, I'm going to put it down as the icons were constructed in my mind, but I did want to relate that as a pivot, because coming down from home, it is most important for me to talk about transportation and use that bus cart or truck. It's like a train cart, whatever you call it, trolley car, BART, MARTR, public transportation, because that's where the conversation, once you start to have the underlying conversation about civil rights, that's what many people can probably connect to, right? The civil rights, Martin Luther King Jr., Morehouse College, Atlanta, Georgia, Montgomery bus boycott. And that'll get you to the 60s. But move from the left, well, that took getting over Plessy versus Ferguson, which happened in 1896. And because of that, that was, well, these niggas got to go to the back of the train. But in order to get there, we're still moving backwards to get back to where the front is. But I sometimes think this way. And so we moved to the front of the car, which is where the actual ownership was and what was needed from Black men. Not just the jobs or the opportunity to create wealth, not just the conceptual framework of an underground railroad, but the ability to be their own train conductors, i.e. Harriet Tubman, the first Black spy recognized. Laying the framework for said trains are the tracks, and if we move to the left, it happened with labor-type camp operations. Moving to the left again, we see that most civilizations finds its number one resource to be water. For us, it's our freedom of speech, and then second, our right to defend that. Third would just be the regular removable objects that are in the way once you find yourself in between the river and a larger mass of water. And so you have the lake, which is the greatest opportunity to grow and develop people. And so we have the mountain with the glacier on top, underneath where it sun shines, because as an alternative for refueling, many people have to recharge either where the sun is most accessible via the ocean at the horizon or in an elevated space on those mountains. But we'll find that once the city life is no longer comparable, people eventually have to get away and go somewhere. If you disagree, the link is in the chat. And then you have what would be considered the land or the opportunities, the glaciers to which they say the Caucasian came from, and the Viking and the barbarism and all the ideology around savagery or a castle. And so what are they actually protecting? I use the image of the Rottweiler because the Rottweiler, I believe, is going to be the most underrated companion animal. And if you aren't familiar with the Rottweiler family, I believe that there's a lot of power in understanding the Rottweiler family. And so also as a way of being a better content provider, I had a way of using the word bitch in a way that was derogatory and is a way that shouldn't have been coming out. And when I was using it, I tried to justify it because that's what a nigga does, is say bitch. And even in the hood, when niggas started calling niggas bitch and I didn't agree with that, I still understood what it meant to say bitch, but I would still only apply it when I thought I was dealing with a woman who I said it was a bitch. And so because I could say a woman was being a bitch, I meant it in the form of a female dog. And with all the knowledge and wisdom from the pro-quack community invested in me, I still couldn't, for the life of me, figure out why that was still a moronic thing to do and say. And so those are my apologies. Stop calling the black woman a bitch. The idea that I think that I can make a construct where in my mind it's okay to be the man who calls the black woman a bitch, then puts me on the same category where the fuck did you get off the boat at, nigga? Because the black experience is one where I'm now becoming distasteful and a distraction. Just based off of how I've constructed the word bitch in my own right, rather than correcting it. And I use the analogy of police brutality on this case because, well, in the Rodney King early 1999, 1990s, 91, somewhere around there or such, someone can time stamp it, but that was a pivotal educational moment for the world on dealing with black folks and police brutality, where it was, if the police is beating your ass, do you want them to slow down or do you want them to stop? Do you want them to take some training courses? Do you want them to include diversity and inclusion in their hiring processes? Because over-policing is a matter of political investment. And that political investment at times was meant to be the protection of the black middle class that was most exposed and vulnerable to the very element within the community that it created. And now I say it because if I say mammy, people can draw an image in their mind of what I mean by that. That's them, that personifies it. It makes a human now responsible for a behavioral change or a modified or paradigm shift in the way we view black masculinity. And despite all of the pro-quack rhetoric, even the most well-researched, like coming out of the NOI and how they dealt with the mercury and the contents of water and the contents of food on a scientific level. And despite all of that, I didn't know that it was still not okay for me to stop making it an animal thing. So when the media adopts the same habit and I say, oh, look, the media is responsible, the media is responsible, the media is responsible. And then in one of my dealings with an irate woman, I'm like, man, what the fuck is this bitch talking about? It still hurts. It's my key learning that I'm still learning and growing with. I'm learning that it is a space where just saying that is what drives the media and the content. And because of that, that was the image where women are like, wait, but I thought you said you respected the black male image. if you respect the black male image, then how do you then disrespect the black woman's image by conflating it with your argument that you were talking about a dog or an animal? Complications, plot twists, because Americans love their damn animals more than they love black people. And if you have a story about an American Rottweiler becoming a companion animal for wounded warriors, well, that sells a hell of a lot more than the protection of the black woman. But to be commodified, if you ask black men, they can have the conversation from its transatlantic slave trade lens. But if you ask them to peel back at least just one layer, where do they stand on this hope institution and its role in determining how black men view black women? Well, it's just going too far. They can talk transatlantic slave trade and offshore accountability onto, well, now I'm getting way too deep. I think I've covered enough of this one image. Because intergenerationally, we start having smarter dogs. And if you can develop an entire marketing campaign, is what these dudes do around those dogs, well, that's big money. As long as you can conflate the black woman with this dog. And at one point, I would be repulsed with just accepting that, man, damn, how is you talking about a woman like that? And then at the next layer of context, it's like, well, damn, it is a dog. And then the third layer of context is like, well, damn, I thought people love dogs. Dogs are cute. Dogs are snuggly. But this Rottweiler had been conveyed in a way that made it not an American companion, but a threat. It's a large animal amongst other large animals, but for some people to make it about, well, an equine, and other people to make it about often a pig, and then some people making about the kittens. I mean, I know everybody has their preference, but at some point, the black woman being the most educated, but they can still be referred to as when she does step up inside of the courtroom, when she knows good and damn well she's supposed to be using her voice. She was very well justified for calling the police and filing a report in the first place. But when she does use her voice, the other side of the argument is that, well, she was being a bitch, and so she therefore deserved to be treated like an animal, verbally abused like a household pet. But we want to talk about Castle Doctrine and whether they should defend with their own lives the man that would rather have an animal And when we talk soft to these black men, that's what we call coddling. And so they do need a space where if there is a black woman who is as tolerant and as patient and will say and will stay that duration, one could only, if you believe in a hope institution at all, understand that that nigga needs a space for him. He could not create one on his own. And in order to be set free, well, the ocean was right there. The mountains were right there. But in the last 10 years, there has not been one black woman willing to accept that black man And despite all of the statistics that we look at, it's showing that when it comes to marriage, that commitment is just not a binding commitment. Even with the ring on her finger, the black man finds a reason to head for the hills or to start accepting Africa as their calling. Africans have a choice at this point. Black men have a choice at this point whether we continue to accept the plantation narrative as the reason why we are still incapable of operating in these spaces. Just like black men have every choice to accept whether they drive within the lines of traffic that are designed by the federal government or to take their ass up there in some of those hills where the land is still plentiful and abundant. But to protect black women in our spaces, I even love the Rottweiler, but there is a difference between loving the Rottweiler and then if my wife ever said, you know what, I would love to have a Rottweiler, and that Rottweiler is now trying to jump inside the bed, and my wife says, well, you can't get in the bed, and that Rottweiler's feelings are hurt, and my wife decides that now it's time that we have to put the Rottweiler down. Well, in any event, as much as people love Rottweilers, I would hope that they would understand, but that's not the case with dealing with people on the other side of the political spectrum. In the power dynamics on the other side of the political spectrum, once we pull men back from their delusions and into an integrated society where they accept Martin Luther King and Georgia and nonviolence as their response to whatever other ethnic agenda pushes on us, whether it's through education or by force, and whether that's today in media or in the 1920s or in the 1800s, I still believe that it's the man's responsibility, not the woman's. That the answer would still be no, that she doesn't get out there and risk it, that her space is still not there, that the United States Army did open it up for women to be generals and everything. And in that capacity, the woman can compete and not have to be on that very front line. She could command all the people she needs to be the body bags, but it should not be her or the children. And that there was an honor amongst men that in warfare, that was our responsibility, not to be the trauma for them. And a standard for joining the military, well, at least there was an age of enlistment. What we have come to find out to be true is that these men have a different code when it comes to age and responsibility. And when it comes to the protection of black women, well, they say black women are the threat. And the reason why they believe black women are the threat is because, well, they compare them to animals in the household that will not submit. Every once in a while, there has to be a black man that steps forward and said, I disagree. I was wrong. I continue to be wrong. There's no do-overs in it. I can't go back to before the 90s, before NWA became a trend. Before gang banging and loking and being a B-dog actually represented something more. And when Mike Vick was, what was that? But when they were able to metamorphosize, whatever that word is, in the Snoop Dogg video as media and made dogs men, and that was a part of his brand. Just like being a gangster. which today has evolved to being an accepted form of corporate thug, if you believe in the reform movement. And so Long Beach, tourist destination, is still just another port. And as a port city, it has its challenges. And California, being a state that recognizes reparations are due, owed, and how to calculate and look at it and get political legislation passed, there is a hope factor that's necessary in this conversation. Now, I really want to go over the edge. I'm at the 25-minute mark, and I can't dumb it down, so I might as well go on in and let them have that information. What up, family? MJ says more of a pit bull. America hates pit bulls. You would think that, but if you go look at any of the kennels, you will see that breed of puppy is the most popular everywhere in all the kennels. It is the most popular, though. You'll also see the canines, where whatever kennels you go to, as much as they claim to love animals, their kennels be overflowed, like their emergency shelters. Even during emergency, it could sicken you out that they claim to love animals so much. But during an emergency, a crisis, the shelters start getting overwhelmed, like they didn't have space for their own animals. But they'll claim to love those animals more than they love, I mean, they don't actually come out and claim it, but we know it to be true when it comes to the defense of property. And even that conversation was a deflation. So what I'm saying, from my capacity, there was no level of education that I could experience other than having to deal with the information head on. Now let's go. I want to go in because there's a certain level of energy that I'm not going to continue to circle back around and have, but there's a floor for it. I want to do this, and thank you for the 18 folks that are rocking with us live right now. I appreciate that, man. B1 Brother Moses, salute. You know what I'm saying? And I actually worked on a template and everything for the content to where I could streamline it and keep it one topic specific. But I'm not really that type of content creator. I really don't like that bullshit. But there's a heavy content. So Candace Owens. And I want people to be able to get to where I'm at with it, which is why it takes a little bit longer. Salute. Today's Sunday, 5:04. What is that? New Orleans. So I'm going to use the time code. I'm going to show some GOAT level intelligence and try to keep it connected. 5:04, Louisiana. So that's the year 1812. All of these concepts can flow in the back of my mind. That's a tragic mulatto syndrome. It's not a syndrome, but I've heard of it, at least read it once or twice. Although at this point, I can't attribute who actually said it first. But let's go. So many content areas that we could talk about in this plot twist. I already fucking said it. Don't worry about it. And here's where it gets interesting, y'all, because let me really tone my rhetoric down all the way and be simple and plain. For the next, let me say, I've been on live 28 minutes and it's 5:04. So for 26 minutes, it'll be about 45 after, or let me see, 26 minutes to be about 31 minutes after here where I'm at. So into that next commercial break, as we see, it'll be about 45 minutes into the live stream. The content is going to hover around a very popular and trending thing, which is Candace Owens. Now, my perspective is I can't deal with the Candace Owens argument. That's not for me. That's for our sister G to actually have that conversation. And I know that many of the people who actually subscribe to B1 Brother Moses are familiar with who Cynthia G is in her argument. So my argument is that when it comes to this Black conservative conversation, that it would be better for a Cynthia G, Nyla says, anybody who understands Black politics to deal with the Candace Owens side of the argument. And for me, I deal with her mentors and her mentors' mentors and her mentors' mentors' mentors. However, because she's the one who has the most effective brand in marketing, and I'll show you that with this slide, it does take some time to get there, though. where this conversation goes. All right, that's my premise. That's my context. Candace Owens is what, and this is what I don't like. Again, this is what I don't like. The woman is used as the what they would consider a prop, and I don't like that. That is the way that things are. But we're in a space where the only way that you can get there is to highlight the conversation that needs to happen through celebrity worship or celebrity gossip. But however you do it, there are people who are highly effective even at that message and staying consistent, which is why I just call it the plot twist. Those people, in my offense, and it could be an offense because, yes, it's the same thing. The Harriet Tubman, do you put Harriet Tubman on a $20 bill or no? No, because she was trying to get women away from being used as property. So why would you put her to represent currency, which is the transaction of goods, which is what she was fighting against for freedom? In any event, you'll have that and more in this plot twist. So let me share my screen, my real screen. You know, I can actually add this whole freaking thing in there, but I have to add it. What it is, StreamYard upgraded, but in order to actually upload the file itself, which would streamline it easier to where the images that need to be discussed are right there. Next one up, next one down. That's what you got to pay for the upgrade on. And because, you know, the way my check-ins and my savings are set up, mine was set up to be a supporter of other content creators, not for me to actually have to do it myself. And so that's the actual delay in information when my mind wants to think things through. And it's also my delay in, you know, technical. So I want to share the screen. There we go. And what do I want to share? At this point, I want to come down and allow the information to be shared. And then we'll get into the next layer. So I don't need system audio. I need the window. I need that one right there. Yeah, that one right there. Now what happens if I just do it flat up? There you go. Yeah, see, that's not big enough with me still being on the screen. And so, yeah, what I actually do want to do is share it from its real without me on the screen, or at least let me see if I'm little me, big screen. All right, there, you can still see me. That's supposed to be a new thing now. If you want to be on these live panels and groups, people want to see who you are, and that can hopefully stop from being shadow banned if you're doing reaction videos and shit. But in my case, reacting to Candace Owens, there's too much context and background information that people may miss. And it's the subtleties that I believe are important that take a bit longer. So done with the premise. There is no rehearsing yet. What I want to do is from the beginning. Plot twist 10. Candace Owens, her mentor and her mentor, her mentor first, Larry Elder, Black conservative, out of California. As a competition, lost the Northern California or the Bay Area, even though may represent the Southern. Can't have either district because both are occupied by Black women. One was Kamala Harris in her attorney capacities, and then in the South, it was Nancy Pelosi. There's also Karen Bass. Thomas Sowell, born 1930 in Gastonia, North Carolina. So we're seeing the progenitor of the information who grew up to become a major economist in America. Now, we can talk to people about the Great Depression, what happened to white people. But North Carolina, which I don't like to talk about because is one of those states where we've had Black senators and still have Black senators who only go by what the federal government put within the lines to drive along. And so age 9, he was adopted by his auntie because his dad was already dead. His mom had 4 kids, and she moved Thomas Sowell to Harlem, North Carolina. That's 1939 to get through the Great Depression because people already understand what it did to white people. But in our story, there was an African American who made a long-ass journey. And while it becomes about Thomas Sowell, the great American economist, what about his mom, who lost out on their child, whose sister or auntie or cousin or somebody in the family, and the women who came and got him and adopted him and moved him this great distance from Blacksburg, a historic high ground, when the Cherokee were resisting the Ulster Scots versus the German encroachment. That's the story of Kings Mountain, which was established in March 1931, 1 year after he was born. See, that period when his mother was struggling, yeah, that can be lost in the sauce. But in 1931, they declared that another type of mountain, not a Manny Mountain, but a King's Mountain. Why was it declared a King's Mountain if, well, as you know, there were some battles that had to be fought? The Battle of Cowpens, for example, painted by William Rainey in 1845, the scene depicts an unnamed black soldier on the left firing his pistol. The Battle of Kings Mountain was a military engagement between Patriot and Loyalist militias in the South. Well, South Carolina was right there on the border, but we're looking at what they say borders. During the 18th century Revolutionary War, United States Congress, 117th United States Congress today versus United States Congress then, well, it was founded in 1789, which would be before the Revolutionary War, if you understand. That the black man already firing the pistol being called an unnamed person is that's the reason why male submission looks the way it does. But that same black woman, Nancy Pelosi, would be over what they would consider the Cherokee County or the partnership with those men who had to submit, even in the 1700s. And while that's a place where Thomas Sowell was born and whose situation, as we know, his broken home, while that took place before the actual, well, here we are. October 7th, 1780, 9 miles south to the present-day town of Kings Mountain, North Carolina. Well, that's where Cherokee County, that's where they established their submission, and there was about 13 other wars. But if you skip that, you'll just understand that macroeconomics and the conservative Black America argument, well, those are the bases of protection to which Kanye West, he yields. He submits himself under the authority of Candace Owens. And the greatest irony is that when she married White, she took on the last name Farmer. So now we're talking about Mrs. Farmer. Out of all the well-read ironies, leaving the South to go to Harlem, and today we deal in our space with people who are just new to understanding Marcus Garvey and the Marcus Garvey, why returning to Africa or accepting Africa instead of Black first is a problem. Now, there were in our space people who called out Kanye West and put side-by-side images on their social media of what he was when he thought he was a hip-hop celebrity versus what he became when he put on a straitjacket and when he changed up his flow a little bit. But he had always been a part of the I want to belong in Hollywood society. With that in mind, I would like to take a moment to break down the way that I think about the slide that I have on the screen now. Top left, you have who she elevates, the failure who could not operate running against Gavin Newsom in the recall election of California, got bodied because of one key district, San Francisco. That agenda is a socialist or a Marxist type agenda, as we know through the relationship with Willie Brown, allegedly with Vice President Kamala Harris back in the old days. Being well-read and also informed off the social media or the tabloids has its benefits, because everybody won't be connected to what's going on in Capitol Hill. But again, the educated lame has to understand that their place in society gets called to question. When Thomas Sowell gets to Harlem, not only was he not a good student, but he drops out of high school. afforded the opportunity of an escape from a single mother who was made that way during the Great Depression, and that story we don't hear, to the point where he believes that the welfare state is more detrimental to the Black family. Where Candace Owens starts adopting these talking points that are apologetic to the same government system while worshiping Black men and marrying white. Well, these things just fall under plot twist. As an economist and the leading economist in blackface, excuse us, as the leading economist with a black face, and as someone who sought to be a political pundit or a political person, these two lead the way for what we would define as a Black American conservative. And for all intents and purposes, Thomas Sowell wrote like 59 books. He's highly accredited, highly esteemed, praised amongst white circles, and this guy here on the bottom left would be the Walter Williams. So let's move it beyond just being somebody who's praised because of their proximity to whiteness. This guy, Thomas Sowell, joined the military or was drafted, could have still refused. We see that story played out when they want to be a conscientious objector, but played the line by being drafted as a photographer. So understand the media twist. You get drafted to go to the war, and rather than a rifle, you pick up a camera. Now, I want to see the pictures. That's what I'm most interested in. Because today, Candace Owens' platform makes so much money off calling out the hypocrisy of white or mainstream media for showing the images of the destruction of Black bodies. And when it comes to George Floyd, she says it was fentanyl. It was fentanyl. And her mentors, like SWAT officer or former SWAT officer Brandon Tatum here in Arizona, and their Turning Point USA politics, well, they'll say it was drug cartels when the destruction of Black bodies happened. And they will use their media as a platform that degrade Black folks even after they've been killed in the streets. And what do they do to double down? Well, in her own documentary, she says she paid the back rent to whoever it was where he was renting after he was killed. Because that's how those people really feel, and that's who they really choose. And so despite Thomas Sowell not being able to work it out with his first relationship, his second relationship, he did go through it, but the story of his mother can be watched under the circumstances. And what happened to his mother being tragic, it being washed away, for him to become who he says he was and then turn his back on the only government resources that she had. Because him turning his back, well, he doesn't see that as degeneracy, y'all. He doesn't see it as degeneracy because, again, he put down the rifle and picked up a camera. He made media his focus. He made nonviolence his solution when he was drafted to the war. And because he wrote 59 books, well, media is the legacy that he has. But it's still one where you say, well, hold on, nigga. In your genre, he is the master teacher for economics. So what was the benefit of Thomas Sowell for Blacks economically if we're now going to turn around and blame Black women? For who they choose. All right, and so the right side of this image, was the other alternative that had to be bodied by the B1 network. And when I use bodied, it has a physical ramification, but it's from an intellectual construct. Still working on that, not turning the STR like a Southern. There's words that still suck to say. They're hard words. And when you put them together, it's easier to get them messed up. And if you get them wrong, well, you start sounding like you're from Georgia or a part of the LGBT community or worse. And in our modernized culture, yeah, well, they use those things against you, even in the court of law. The American court of law emulates both a hybrid of the Roman society and the Greek society, two societies that they claim, if you understand the Jane Elliott argument or the Kanye West argument, the Jane Elliott argument being the white woman who teaches white women how to be a better ally for Black women by saying, well, if Black women ever learn to use their collective voice, then there will be freedom across the globe, not just for white women, but who credits overcoming racism as the global paradigm and as a global challenge to Black women. And says that if Black women collectively come together, then there will be the overthrow of the great racist and sexist system. That's the white woman, Jane Elliott, who they use. She was the woman who actually put out the reports about the eye color. And then financially, the joke who says, well, Chris Rock uses his comedic status to use a variation of the Jane Elliott study that says, well, I'm rich, but none of the white men would want to trade places and be who I am. And so all of this different contextual framework is the adoption of Black men of the white paradigm being either a Greek democratic principle or a Roman democratic principle, whichever pyramid you want to look at it through. And so the Greek or the Roman, whichever direction the eagle you want to face, whether it's facing to the left as its symbolism or facing to the right. And in its hybrid, that takes its form in religiosity, where some people tell you what is right based off of their separation in church or state to be the people who are a part of the monarchy. And then others who say, well, no, you didn't have to be the bloodline or the lineage of the monarchy. And how do they separate the church from state? If you didn't have to be a part of the bloodline, then you could be entitled to receiving whatever the land or the benefits of the resources therein there were. And with that land came the title of governor or lord under either system. These systems then were constructed by houses with whatever nepotism. There's so many freaking isms that help describe this. They claim in the pro-quack community that all of this is a hybrid learned once they visited the pyramids in Egypt, saying that that was a convergence of information of multicultures or the melting pot of early civilizations. Many people think that that only goes back towards the Ptolemy or the Alexander, who wasn't great, pro-quack argument of race mixing in Egypt or Kemet, as depicted on the walls, with all of this different status of their gods or the different images and their animal head representations and the story or the symbolism of whatever the animal is and whatever people constructed to be represented by those animals and the animals they put on them, and then the titles and labels associated with said animal characteristic. Now, all of this shit gets fancy until we back it up and I showed you the dog images and the icons, and then I showed you the river and I showed you the mountains, because a pyramid in many cases is still just representative of the same argument, heading for the hills. And the avenues to get there are still representative of the mode of transportation, where the Nile River, and they track history and the legacy of the Black experience from the Nile River being a major port of transport, and the other major artery being a connection between Blacks and those Arabs, to which I would have associated, maybe wrongfully, the Kardashian family. I thought that they were a hybrid, motley representative of what people consider Arabs, where you don't know what form of Caucasian it is, but if you really had to walk it on down, that it would probably not lead towards a Germanic tribe, but it would lead more towards an Arabic, or the waterway that is not the Nile. As you walk that Nile River, what you would say based on the American or the Roman and the English map, as you walk that river, the Nile River, from its cataracts, as they were built from the original first one all the way back down dynastically. And so they're saying what finally made it into the pyramids is what those cultures and civilizations used as a form of education even then. And so now you have what they consider master teachers, or the introduction of the House of Consciousness as being a platform that uses social media and teachings about what Black people have said regarding Black history. So the right side encapsulates all of that in a nutshell. The social stratification argument, what they attribute to people like Ivan Van Sertima, who I would say is another representation of the tragic mulatto, someone who represent the talented 10th or the late 1800s W.E.B. Du Bois argument. W.E.B. Du Bois argument being another person who did the Harlem movement, akin to Marcus Garvey, who did the Harlem Renaissance movement, 1920s, all leading to what becomes the Thomas Sowell argument in the first place. But in order to get them connected to the dollar bill or the Benjamin Franklin, and to get them from the era of Benjamin Franklin, Harriet Tubman being the first official Black spy as recognized by Langley, well, that just had to happen. And it did have to come on the heels of the federal government recognizing, if they have officially, I still don't know, it's a good media rumor, recognizing that incel groups have now expanded to include some of these Negro groups. Now, of course, I don't want to keep using their name because that algorithm is proven to be defective. In my argument, I would say so is the HOK, but it keeps proving me otherwise. I am still fascinated by the concept that for days, hours, years, centuries, decades, they can keep talking about this goddamn Nile River and niggas being in denial as that being the most effective part of history to connect with Black people. Not Black history in America, not the point of debarkation, but understanding that there is whatever, I don't know even how to quantify. Even teaching my daughter how to use Excel, I don't know if there's a computer to how to quantify the odds or the probability of being able to find the motherfucker who got off the boat from the Nile River. I have no idea of being able to track their argument back that far. So how that could be the argument that sustains the Negro all the way through today, well, that's what this flagpole represents. Is that on one side of the argument, you do have the men or the patriarchal lens, which uses the faith or the hope-based institution, the Bible or the American Bible or the American Bible Society and its partnerships with the American Colonization Society, and they call that enlightenment. They call that the King James or the Stewart family. And they call it being a good steward for those men who become deacons and those women being a deaconess, or they call it something different in Islam, maybe a Muslima, or however they tried to adopt the hope-based system. And for the life of me, I've always thought it was peculiar and interesting. But if you go from Walter Williams and Thomas Sowell, the most accredited economists, to Kanye West being a billionaire, and back to the pyramids, and then to the right of the screen, where they're saying this was about the last time black men were ever in control of any type of global political affair when it came to their image, is before whatever happened to Egypt. Because after whatever happened to Egypt, after that, the black man is always taking a series of L's. I don't know if there's anybody still with me because I'm just looking at the screen and giving you whatever it has as content for this is the plot twist. And this is what made sense to me in order to talk about it, but not talk about it. Because I don't think that it's about Candace Owens at all, but she's the most popular one. And we know that the people she holds as mentors, well, they took their L's because what politics have Thomas Sowell's name on them regarding black economics if the nigga was so fucking smart? What political bills do we get to read about that have their names on them? And if you say affirmative action was a benefit for white women, then nigga, these were our leading economists. And he was born in 1930, which makes the connection. By the time he got out of school and got out of the military and started making an economic impact in the world and became known as the great economist, what the fuck happened? Other than writing 59 fucking books about the great condition of the economy and being inside of a plantation-style patriarchy where the Romans and the Greeks have taken over since they got these fucking pyramids built. It being the symbolism from Washington, D.C., and the glory of our civilization, the melting pot of the world, America, where people from all nations, colors, and creeds, and religions. And when you finally move it outside of the freaking pulpit, and it's not the pastor, it's the person who's the most critically acclaimed economist. And you start looking for it, you like, yeah, well, finally, damn, we're no longer talking about the house of consciousness where they want you to be stuck in the hope transition. Yeah, I could get my channel struck down for telling you that the House of Consciousness wants you to be stuck in a hope-based institutional transition where you're no longer relying upon the church as a faith-based institution or a 501c3 that goes all the way back towards the American Baptist Society or colonization of being an integrated Negro. Going along and getting along, driving along this road that the federal government, after they fought that battle. See, but I dropped a receipt at the beginning of this that many people, they didn't see. So let me see if I'm still on time. It's 57. I done blew past my time. It is now 5:34. I'm 3 minutes past my time. So let me give myself a commercial break and say salute to anybody who's still rocking with me, man. It's B1 Brother Moses. It's been about that 1 hour mark. At this point, I could go on and shut it down, but shit, they got shit out here to where, damn, I haven't checked on my mods. An error occurred trying to do that. I don't even know what's happening in my own chat. All right, but here we go. Like I said, as long as it's more than one or two, man, I'll rock. But I do this shit by myself. I stopped talking because I didn't think people wanted to hear it. And that was a reflection of the feedback that I received. The feedback that I received is that I'm long-winded. I talk in circles. I use a lot of syllogisms, and nobody wants to hear all that shit. That I be saying a whole lot to say nothing. But I gave you the bar in the beginning when I said I don't have a beef with Candace Owens. I have a problem with her mentors and her mentors' mentors. It's not my position to have smoke with the black woman who becomes the face of the black woman in politics movement. So let me run it back. I put it on the screen. Hopefully they can see the connection. And then let me go on and run that back again. Because the dude, Larry Elder, ran for his politics in California in real life, which is the actual result of the Turning Point. The Turning Point USA being the political affiliation or association in America for real. that represents Black American conservatives. And the real Black American conservative agenda wants to talk about economic policy. And if you ever Google it or search for it, it is Thomas Sowell. I don't own the rights to their content or their image. And it's okay for me to share theirs, even though that shouldn't be fair use. But they could take down somebody who's, they could take down Nyla Says. I'm going to stop beating around the bush. They could take down Nyla Says for calling this shit out. But these are the progenitors who I would have an issue with. Before the battle of the castle doctrine ever should leave the castle, and if it does have to leave the castle for whatever reason, the people who leave the castle to fight that battle should never be the Black woman or the child, is my opinion. And however we go from there to define the standards, we can go from there on what an adult is. But in the Black space or Black YouTube or on Black channels, it was only accepted if we were willing to accept where children are okay to be on the front line. And she could be banned for saying that's not okay. She could be banned for less. Let me show you right now not a live, but a video that's already available on Google, and just show you that this is available on Google right now during this live stream. And Google has a process of shutting that part of my video stream down. And they could probably do it while it's live. And people won't understand all the plot twists that I've seen. So I thought it was important for me to bring this information out. I've been at the 1 hour, and I know I don't need permission to keep going. But to be honest, man, I hit the link earlier to join Grown Woman Vibes Conversations to talk about it. And because the conversation was longer than 4 hours, with somebody who I feel is intellectually beneath me and somebody who hasn't stood on their own ground, they ain't taking the blows that the B1 network has taken. I felt like though there were great key learnings, I felt like being an advocate and inclusive of the HOK and their manosphere accepting and coddling BA and all of that shit, Afro Pick was a distraction. And a topic of such seriousness deserves an actual husband, father to represent that. And while we are doing well at capturing this is why we don't need these dumbass niggas representing us, what we found out was that, well, that nigga hadn't been chosen by a Black woman for the last decade, and that he is still searching for it, and that he is in the process of trying to find some form of connection by even connecting with Nyla Says' content. But they've known each other for a while. His weirdom would be off-putting to most Black women. And if it had not been exposed, it was the more important conversation to have. It's like, well, damn. So at this point, I'm going to let you know the triggering that happens to me is that I'm like, well, shit, after everything I done been through, like I hold my shield the best I could. Y'all know I'm known for the nigga to hop off the panel. Once the smoke start getting there, and it's like, oh man, at this point, me and whatever is said next is just going to become as toxic and as bad as we don't want it to be. That's when I know that it's time to shut off the First Amendment right. If it's only from that point finna lead to the Second Amendment in whatever form, that's when I would just, damn it, I would leave the panel. Now, while I understand that that might look like a form of cowardism, I think that y'all got it fucked up. That took discipline. Because a nigga could stand there on the block and yell at these niggas all day. Just like on Facebook, you can sit there in the chat. When motherfuckers start trolling, sometimes that shit start creating what they say cortisol. It starts to be, nigga, hell no, boom, 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 boom. Some of them conversations pushing back against that rhetoric does start to create the opposite of toxic. It was like, man, and at some point there is the duty. My little double stutter right there. See, even as I communicate, it's not just a Toastmasters concept, but when I'm running from an actual point, I have my filler words and I stutter as well. And when I was on the panel earlier, personal energy wise, the tarot reading was about Scorpio energy, and this is my Scorpio energy. I am that Scorpio. And it seems like now the NOI or the fruit or whatever you want to call them, they are leaning towards training and specializing in self-defense. And maybe they've done it for a while. I don't fucking know. But to use them as a talking point for discipline, I don't think we're there yet. We just know too much from the B1 space to just give a blanket statement that the Black woman should choose better by choosing to be or become a part of the NOI. I don't think we're there to make that statement. Right? Yeah, because that's me then saying, well, look at who the male men or the progenitors are. That again is asking for a hope-based or faith-based a system or construct. When I say get off the panel, that's like, yeah, they're going to call you a punk nigga, but that's them conflating the word punk the same way when niggas tried to get away with saying, oh, she's just being a bitch. Man, she's being a woman. And the ramifications for the word punk, well, we have that as a protected space in the LGBTQ community. Yeah, we do. So we have Black men racially who had to be carved out. You have women's suffrage as a gender who had to be carved out. And then you have women's rights detached from the woman herself that had to be carved out to her body. And then Candace Owens, who represents one that says, well, if George Floyd had the right to destroy his body using drugs, so should the state or the police. Who, once you strip away the rest of the fluff of the conversation, has always been an advocate for the police to have the right to destroy Black male bodies. And if you go to where Larry Elder is in his argument, now this is where the plot twist goes into a 2, 3, 4 hour lecture if you're even interested in learning about who those mentors are. But even from the first part of it, the mentors, Thomas Sowell, I barely scratched the surface when I found out that, well, his pops was already dead, which meant he broke up in he was in a broken home until the age of 9 when he was adopted or saved by another Black woman and her grown daughters, and then moved to Harlem, New York for opportunity. And this is the thinking again that goes underneath their party, the Black American conservative, I guess, ideology, who couldn't just say we're independent or independent thinkers. That's just a part of it. No, they are conservatives. They are the Republican Party in how we think about this shit. So let me walk them down again. I'm done. There's those 3. Somebody said, Brother Moses, make a backup channel. I actually don't want a backup channel. I don't be wanting to do this shit, which is what takes me so long to get to the plot twists. Because what we do understand, as we know the names, once I've name dropped the nigga in the plot twist, Cynthia G is not a nigga. But Cynthia G was the one who became the target of Black men. And so the information being a plot twist for me, why the fuck were they attacking Cynthia G? And finding out who and why they were attacking Cynthia G requires doxing. And when you finally look and find out who these corny ass niggas are who are attacking Cynthia G, it's not as much as they wanted to attack her as much as it was that they wanted to exercise their First Amendment rights. Because they weren't even the motherfuckers who get to the ABL side, which is the Second Amendment. And if you can't get to the Second Amendment, well, Thomas Sowell was born in the 30s. Can we get women's suffrage done? They say no, They get mad at black women. They call black women traitors because they believe that the black woman, according to the tenets, had aligned herself with the government, state and federal, I guess. So Blacksburg, in the name Blacksburg, a historic high ground. Yeah, I'm finna get back into it, man, because I could keep going and keep going. But I tell you, that's why I don't like doing content, because it'd be so much that, look, okay, I'm going to do it this way. Can y'all still see? Yeah, y'all see my notes and everything. If I do it that way, that's pathetic. So let me take me off, so that way you at least know that I'm not reading my notes, but you can tell I'm not reading my notes because the notes are actually stuck underneath here. And in order for me to actually read the motherfucking notes, I would have to actually move it up to be able to read the notes. So in this case, I'm going to just read the freaking notes and then move on to the slide where I don't have to read the notes. On the right, elevation from sea level. On the bottom left, distance in 50 miles. Are used to determine the journey, what options they had available by land and by sea since 1896. Plessy versus Ferguson, methods of transportation. And so for me, when I say the historic ground, now I have to, this is where it really gets complicated with an economics lens. I have to send the map that they constructed, which just gives you an overlay of the distance that the mammy he would consider traveled with his bitch ass when he was 9 years old and probably as tall and as grown as a grown woman, from Blacksburg to fucking Harlem, in order for him to turn around and now blame black women for being what's wrong in the world, because Blacksburg was a turning point in a real battle, and he joined the military and became a fucking photographer. And I said, stop right there. So if I send the map to the back, let me see. Maybe we can get this shit in. See, right now I'm getting it wrong. It's sending it to the backward. That's what I'm talking about. When I say on the right, elevation from sea level, on the left, distance in 50 miles, nigga, I'm not walking 50 miles by myself right now. And so we're dealing with niggas who like to argue about submissive, feminine, and fit, but these fat, funky foot-ass, bastard-ass niggas is not walking 50 miles. But the story of the black woman herself, the single black woman, whose black man died because she said, well, yeah, I need access to those same contracts the black man was arguing constitutionality for. Because she said that she's a race traitor, right? If you only get the one half of the argument. So now let me get back into the slide. I wanted to share that. What options they had by method of transportation. I was talking about the trains and automobiles because these niggas seem to only want to talk about the transatlantic slave trade. And that's primarily because the great black economist, once we start looking at what books he wrote when he got all 59 of his all these books, they say, well, did you even read the books? Nigga, even reading the titles, you like, oh, this nigga was on some race-based shit, but he claims to be a black American conservative. And what we saw with Larry Elder in California is the minute he started losing, he made it about race. And what we saw with Candace Owens is she likes to say, well, the Democratic Party, the reason I left the Democratic plantation, her words, in her words, not mine, the reason why she left the Democratic plantation. And yes, she has access to everybody who knows that that's the talking point. But I didn't tell you that those were her mentors who came up with that. And when you can finally make your connection to Turning Point USA and the political party and all of its failed agendas, and why Brandon Tatum, Turning Point USA, being her partner in crime, and he failed that woman. When that black woman got married to that white man, and after Candace Owens went to the Senate hearing that was on hate crime, Candace Owens in 2018, I believe it was brought in to have a conversation with the United States Senate. And everybody asked the question, out of all the people who could be brought in to have a conversation about hate crimes in America, why did they bring in Candace Owens? And when they brought in Candace Owens, her question seemed to be in defense of police brutality, but it was asking legitimately, where are the records of police when it comes to them committing crimes of domestic terrorism in America, since that's what we're calling? And her argument then goes into lynching. And she says the Democratic Party or the white media or the mainstream media is responsible because they use these cases as forms of lynching. And so she connects the Democratic Party to the plantation using the language of the Democratic media apparatus in places like Chicago. And we see that being the same thing with the Black American conservative, as they call themselves. But the Chicago apparatus has been one that says, if you understand Chicago, human trafficking is something that they are not good at. And in our space, we're not good at regulating those motherfuckers who want to promote juvenile trafficking. We're not good at regulating men in any space, whether it's in our community in physicality or our digital online community. We just can't do it. Because even if there is a man who wants to promote and they open up their platforms and start showing the little TikTok girls, and this is what they want to watch, and this is what they stream, and they base their content off of what they see on TikTok, and they get younger and freaking younger, and there's nothing that we can do to turn their channel off because they would censor and ban Nyla Says. But those Black men have all the space in the world to create that opportunity. And it's not just media. The shit hurt my feelings a bit seeing it earlier. It triggered me because Black men are supposed to be able to protect. And if Black men aren't able to protect even in forms of media, if I went live, they have a system that would shut that part of the live stream down in real time. And they can shut down Nyla Says in real time. And there is nothing, as smart as her husband is, that he can do about it. And in fact, when it comes to how many people, plot twist, can make hate content about Nyla Says exactly and put her personal identifying information online, that moderation or that moderator that can identify, oh no, this shouldn't be aired, and get Nyla Says or anybody streaming that property off the stream, well, it doesn't stop those people from sharing Nyla Says personal information. Feel me? I'm trying to get here, and I want people to get there with me. But for me, it gets confusing because Plessy versus Ferguson are the trains where they were like, man, get your ass to the back of the train. If you still want to ride the train after they done told your dumb ass these trains ain't for niggas, then get your ass to the back of the train. And no matter how white a person could date or their children could become, whether it was a eugenics conversation or not, selective breeding did not resolve Blackness. And Blackness, in fact, became something that was co-opted by everybody around the world because of this motherfucking media. And today we see that that media is unstoppable and undefeated at issuing L's. Niggas can't help themselves. I can't help it. And so on that last map, the Battle of Kings Mountain was fought October 1780. And they can just superimpose the digits to where now it's 1870, and they're still fighting for that same agenda. Instead, when it comes to legislation, I've told you about legislation that actually transpired in the late 1800s. Many people talk about the Emancipation Proclamation, but that's just the House resolution accepting what the president said and wrote down, but it's not the executive order. Other people, once they become pro-quacks, they understand executive field order 15. And so they're able to pro-quack it out at least enough to say, well, that was Savannah, Georgia, many of them. Those who can go deeper on that know that that's the Great Compromise story, where the faith-based community or the hope-based community, when asked by the military and by the War Department, what do we do with these Negroes? The faith-based community, in order to absolve with peace, they sent some of their number one leading pastors, including those who were upstarts from the African Methodist Episcopal Church in its early starts. That's where you get the Allen family and so forth. But using that Bible and getting back to the Bible has been a primary means of resolving a peaceful conflict between other ethnic groups. And when I say peaceful, that's where Omar, I won't call him Umar. You can call him Umar if you want to put the U in it, but I don't see myself as part of that shit. I don't give a fuck what name he uses or what letters and characters he uses to describe himself. But Omar Johnson, you got to watch some of them Johnson Johnson names. And that's only going to make sense to niggas that know. All right, man, so let me jump back into it, because when I said elevation and I'm talking about 50 miles, there's niggas who can't jump up this. And it became a global phenomenon when Bruce Lee in media was able to jump so fucking high. And so for sports, the acclaim with how high you can jump and measuring it is still the number one way of whether or not a black man can be successful in America. Y'all don't fucking hear me when it comes to this media and why I'm mad at it. That'll be the nigga who get the bag, they'll get the social claim, and they'll get the celebrity worship. And then when you give them the microphone, they still be the dumbest motherfuckers in the world. But while I can tell you about Mammy Mountain, none of these niggas know about Kings Mountain, established March 1931, 1 year after the master teacher of American Black economics, who then blames the world. But in today's society, he is the unnamed nigga firing his pistol, who people would equate to being a black soldier. Oh yeah, that's him. 1845 being before the Civil War. Oh yeah, because they had the American Revolutionary War, and it was only an American revolutionary concept where they were like, oh, should black people get armed with muskets? And Abraham Lincoln out of Chicago, or President Obama out of Chicago, them motherfuckers knew where to get them rifles from. And if you couldn't get the rifle, then come with the pistol. But a nigga riding a horse wasn't a new concept. That's why a lot of niggas like the San Francisco 49ers. But for Western expansion, nigga, the Cherokee County, nigga, this is the limestone, the giving up of resources, and what capitulation looks like when they give you the capital and they give you all the symbolism combined. In the county of Cherokee, right where it happened, 9 miles away from where their master teacher ran or was taken. And these are all the revolutionary battles. I put them on the screen. It's not that I talk in circles, but that for people to understand it, it'll be like, damn. That is what's wrong when them niggas join the military or are forced. That's still a part of being dominated. If you got to join somebody's military and you know what happened to the Cherokee and you're right there 9 miles away, but you leave Kings Mountain. And you got all the pictures of how grotesque war is, but you become a non-violent person. Well, that I need to know before I even start reading any of your fucking books. Because the pro-quack argument is, well, you're not reading enough, black man. You're not reading. And what they tend to do is hide under the authority of their master teachers. When I find out that their master teachers spent their whole life hiding under the skirts of another woman too, I say, what the fuck you tell me to read his book for? When that nigga spent his whole life venting that he was mad at black women, looking to conform to the same system that he's arguing against in all of these fucking books. And when you know how to read between the lines, it doesn't take for me to be well read to say it doesn't matter how he name drops or who he name drops. The nigga is mad and he's not willing to get off who he's actually mad at. And so he's blaming the black women for his father being absentee. Little nigga as an old nigga and a nigga that's still alive. Walter Williams is not. And they hate it when we talk shit about the dead man who was sitting next to Kanye West's face. So Thomas Sowell, who little niggas himself. Now I can show you his works, but he little niggas himself. You can believe me when I tell you, or you can just assume that it's true because I'm an educated lame. Reformed Pookie and Ray Ray. But that's going to be my remark. If I got to learn to stop calling black women, and what they want me to say is not any woman a bitch, or to stop making a human woman an animal. Comedians, why you treat me like animal? Eddie Murphy shit. Chris Rock getting slapped after representing the most notorious crackhead in the world and not knowing why that's a fucking problem. The violent offender of Will Smith smacking the shit out of Chris Rock, but still going up moments later and getting his motherfucking award. And people sitting there in silence and only being able to learn how to not be silent about this type of shit through women like Cynthia G, and then blocking Cynthia G for saying it will never make sense to me. Just like there will only be a few folks who could look at the symbolism and say, nah, nigga, say less. I knew what it was when you were looking at it from the beginning. Well, race mixing, and the Black Conservative Party seems to believe that race mixing is the ultimate objective, and reparations. And it leads back to the same House of Consciousness argument of what happened in Egypt. And they say the cradle of civilization is Nubia. And today, billions of dollars in corporate America are spent on honoring Nubia. And what we know about Nubia or Ethiopia or the Pan-African argument is that Nubia is represented by the excellence of the Black woman. But if you look at Nubia from its representation of leadership in our lifetimes, well, now talking about Marcus Garvey laughing at Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie being the representation of Arab face appointed over what people would have considered a Black country or Black people. Just like Kamala Harris can represent the Indians and the Asians, Haile Selassie, or Emperor, monarch, Haile Selassie, who got laughed at from London. Marcus Garvey was never in Africa. His wife, the second one, I would still want that argument to actually grow towards, now that we know that Marcus Garvey was the scam who never made it to Africa. Why aren't they willing to acknowledge, well, the Nubian part of that interconnectionality or intersectionality? Right. We can't get there in the elevated history debate now that we know. Because she becomes susceptible and vulnerable to the fat Jamaican when the Black church opens up its doors for a fundraiser from people like Marcus Garvey to come in and speak. And in that same Nevermind, when Marcus Garvey wanted to throw the biggest block party Harlem had ever seen in 1919, before the Great Depression officially kicked off, well, there was people who were calling Harlem a Renaissance space. Frederick Douglass can get you there. He even wrote songs of Jubilee talking about getting to Harlem or going north. And they attribute that same thing to follow the drinking gourd. That's astrological, or the signs are astronomical, or when they say the drinking gourd, I guess when they're like, follow the North Star, or how do you get to what north is, or what do you consider north, when all of those concepts seem to be derivatives of what the Romans and the English have said. Arabs, if you want to talk land navigation or merchant navigation, if you're going by sea. And these niggas know, even if they're walking through the bayou, even if the Creek Indian scout tells them which direction to go in. That walking through the bayou does not sound like it's so appealing. And so today the argument starts getting stuck because you'll have people like Top Cat Universities who will tell black folks who know, if they know, they know. And Dane Calloway using media, if they know, they know. But when you send a debater on there, they'll think that it's a personal or an ad hominem attack to say, I know what it is. This guy, Taz, thinks he's an Aboriginal. And they won't think that it's offensive to be in a public space and for them to ask you to name your grandmother's grandmothers. So that the grandmother's grandmothers and that family member and all of those folks, I tell you, people can opt into Facebook. Here's where it starts getting twisted again, is when you start having political context. And our politics are a series of law. And their argument is that white supremacy then is allegiance to the state. And the black conservative argument is allegiance to the rights of the state, not the federal government. And the black conservative argument then that learns from that says Roman law plus Greek equals English law. And now these English people in America, which was a monarch once again, and all of your King James believers, and your story about whether people should have rights to protest, the black man as property had to no longer be property in order to have the rights as the white man and all other groups, or Roman and Greek identified, which became white. And while Omar Johnson can tell you of a police, they gave all of those positions to the white man. And that's why black man can't. And we could sit here for days talking about black inventors who did X, Y, and Z. And we can also tell you that in the House of Consciousness, Saw Snake reintroduced all of those who they called black scholars, like Ivan Van Sertima, who I would believe is a tragic mulatto complex. 1812, Louisiana, French, Fleur de Lis, Toussaint Louverture, however you say his name, God bless you. Jamaica revolt versus South Carolina. So people would miss it that South Carolina then, well, that would have been a responsibility before they became civilized tribes. Where did that battle happen? And you tell me that 9 miles away is where Thomas Sowell was raised and never went back, and that's the way he feels about us country and us folks? But they think it's about gangs, Bloods, and Crips, is my point. They don't see conservatives or liberals as being a Blood or a Crip in the political arena. That's my point. They don't see it as being Blood or Crip in the middle of the street. That's life on the line. And so whether the woman chooses the Blood or Crip, that's up to the woman. They just say blame the woman. It's not up to the Blood to stop being a Blood. It's not up to the Crip to stop being a Crip. It is the point of our space now is where they get all of their money and monetization, even if they're calling themselves Black American conservatives, or if they just call themselves conservatives, or if they do call themselves American conservatives. But in any event, I'm Black first. And somebody had to introduce you to the mentors and the mentor's mentor, and why that made sense since everybody else is being exposed. And if we can do it for the Nation of Islam and say, well, the Minister Farrakhan, his soft position on his spiritual son, Rizza Islam, in face of the state's allegations of rape. Well, even though he exposed the rape allegations of his spiritual son, that shows that the Nation of Islam does not have a disciplinary system. And it also shows that in matters of law, they're not an alternative to the Romans or the Greeks or the English. So you can't nest under the hope-based or the faith-based institution for protection against white men. So if the matter comes down to it, and now the black woman is in the streets, and it is because of what the black man has said or done, or it is because of what the black woman has said or done, and it's no longer about First Amendment rights. The question is, should the black woman defend the life of the black man who she fears is going to lose his life? My answer is still an unequivocal no. When the black man steps up and tells her to get her ass in the house, get your ass back in the car. When the black man has inserted himself, and whatever risk, come what may be, for it escalating from the First Amendment, and now the First Amendment ain't even no option no more. Now we're at the Second Amendment, and I guess this is where they say the plot twist is most necessary, or where having your face on the screen is, because there are cowards who equivocate at this point, and I'm not that. I think it needs to be stated clear that waiting for other communities, even if they're still learning how to be a better ally, we don't get the response we need from black men when those allies are given the media. When African Americans and people who ascribe to the African American paradigm as an identity, as a race, not even as an ethnic group, but they ascribe to African American, and you can't tell them otherwise. When they get the platform, they don't know that that is a competing voice against Black First. And that because of that, Black First has been co-opted by so many other people whose real agenda is to represent their own best interests and their own groups. And while I say, well, yeah, I'm still learning how to be a better ally for some of those other folks who I shouldn't go so hard against, I still say there is no reason that Nyla Sands' channel should be banned. She ain't even the one advocating for purging. And you mean to tell me that the people who do believe in purging, their channels are the ones that are allowed to stay up? I clap my hands to get your attention only softly in this case. Because when the police are the ones who initiate the purge, Candace Owens was called to the Senate floor to talk about it. And her question, the only answer they gave was that, well, we don't have that data for you yet. And so everybody can talk about what Candace Owens is saying and doing with the White Lives Matter, but the federal government still, as being complicit and being the one who was challenged, will come on with the data. Where are them numbers at? Not that it changes anything. I thought it was all right that she even asked for it then, but it only shows you that white lives do matter, because even asking for the data that says police commit this many violations. Therefore, if you want criminal justice reform and the officer has a track record of committing violations, where was the access that that community needed to even go to court and have a fighter's chance? They didn't have one. But now I think Candace Owens get paid to be the puppet. Again, being the puppet, that's only saying that she's being empowered by somebody. In this case, I give Candace Owens full agency. I think the woman is smart enough to be playing the cards that she is dealt, and she's doing so in the manner that she sees fit. That Kanye West hides under the Candace Owens, well, that's on him. That he has been empowered with all the economics. He got more economically than people would argue 99% of the small businesses that did get to apply for PPP loans. His own personal wealth is already past that. So in a state of financial emergency, if anybody wanted the name on who is the reason why Black folks ain't got shit, despite affirmative action, despite all of the scapegoating and, oh, no, that was Al Sharpton them, and that was Reverend Jesse Jackson, and that was all of these other scapegoats of degenerate Black men who failed, and Black men in politics, and every time they make it about a gender argument, Black men who failed to uphold a one-wife standard. Nigga, that's it. That's the body bag for the plot twist. Black men go into relationships lying They aren't mentally, spiritually, or physically prepared to be in a relationship long term. And they go in there lying, talking about, but I'm going to be responsible. That motherfucking dinner date turns into something where it's no longer just a dinner date. And I'm not siding with the side that says absolve the men of their role after that, because they have all access to channels that tell them how to get a dinner date, how to trick a black woman into a dinner date. All they got to do is enough push-ups, they say. But in the court of law, they also say that if you look at it, well, it was the woman's hair. And in the court of law, they also say, well, it was the woman's lipstick. And in the court of law, they say, well, it was the woman's eyebrows. And any woman who wears her eyebrows like that. And in the court of law, they say it was the way that the woman dressed. And it's the way that the man doesn't dress, which is why he either had it coming or didn't have it coming. In that Roman and English and Greek law, that if you just play the game right, go along to get along, you'll get there. I disagree. So let me get back off the screen. It was like a 4-hour conversation where I considered what I would have written off as a weird nigga. But just because it's weird to me doesn't mean that it's not valuable. But it kind of hurt when it's like, yeah, but that nigga is not representing what we actually thought. And so in order for me to get there, sometimes it takes some weird, like how weird does it have to get? And I understand my own weirdness is, well, today I am talking about esoteric concepts. And so is there anything that would help me help myself when I'm trying to talk about it? And so I've been on this live stream about 1 hour 41. It's about 15 minutes after, by about 6:30. I think hopefully I'll be able to get through this slide. But there's so much weird in it that contextually, you'll know it if you know it, but I don't want to blow it until we get there. Now, again, this is another one of those slides that has just basic information in the notes. It goes, she goes to great lengths to prove, she's not a feminist by producing the documentary about Black Lives Matter. Brandon Officer Tatum is what I wrote in the notes. So that's all the notes that I have with this slide, but I get tired of being on the screen. My mouth get dry like everybody else's mouth get dry, but they say you got to be on the screen if you want the analytics. So we'll see. But they said we need us to be willing to have the conversation. It's a tough conversation. It's uncomfortable. Here it goes from the current slide. Because what I didn't do is explain why I put these certain symbols on the screen. Jesus Christ, that shit jumped hella fast. Whatever capacity, the images that I see on the screen still have symbolism and imagery that I relate to. And when I say make it make sense, that's something that I heard in the YouTube space. And it was a disgust where make it make sense was coming out. It wasn't a favorable thing. It was somebody who was absolutely frustrated with what they were hearing. And at the time, for those who know, they know, I thought that these images would be the best representation of what was really being said and what was literally happening. Lo and behold, this wasn't the argument at all, and these images wouldn't represent what I thought Black men were defining as freedom or reparations. What they were actually defining wasn't about debt or spiritual debt. It wasn't about the religious symbolism that comes with any of these symbols. When I say 1812 in the fleur-de-lis or the French or Toussaint L'Ouverture or Marcus Garvey being an idolizer of the white man, Napoleon and Napoleon Bonaparte, none of that shit. Or the embolism of the saint or the fleur-de-lis, the 1849 westward expansion of the 49er gold rush in football and Black men that just love that. The symbol of the battle axe and what that means. And why I can't debate her because, well, she goes to great lengths to prove she's not a femme, F-E-M, and the conflation of that language to be a feminist or a feminazi, all of this shit hurts. It becomes like some, what's his name? RBR Network shit. When you know too much, it's like, man, I don't even want to talk about it. People who put themselves in these categorical boxes, what else is she? To me, she's an African-American Black mother, married woman. She identifies as she, hers, and my kids would understand that. but they wouldn't understand why. Oh shit, my motherfucking bro on, nigga. Hold on, nigga. Y'all gotta wait. USGA. My nigga, and I am on live. What up, bro?
What's up, Champside?
Hey, man, Champside is the boxing community, man. But what up with it, little bro, man? Peace and love, man.
Shit, just reaching
Nah,
out.
I'm on a live stream, so whatever you say going forward is on my live stream while I was talking. But shit, you more than welcome to join the conversation. And I've been meaning, as much as I've been telling you in the first place, to get you on to have a conversation with me about it.
What conversation about?
Well, on this, right now I'm in a plot twist series, and it's really just about the black male image being moved away from Facebook. Facebook being a place where that was your personal identifying information. And now people just snatch that Facebook out and they either tell on themselves or other people use that, and it's called doxing. And being the victim of doxing is something where you can get banned and struck, but they won't stop people from doxing. And so that paradigm and where it came from, that's what my show is about. But in any other event, now I'm just talking about the gender dynamic and marriage and shit, and what that does to being a married black man or a husband or a father versus those who, they take their L's. This is not their story. So
it's live on YouTube?
Yeah, nigga, you don't see, that's what I say. When I be live, nigga, I don't even get my own subscriptions. I mean, I'm subscribed, but I don't be getting my own lightweight things, notifications. And so that's what be pissing me off. But and then
I wanna listen, but I'm not married, so I can't pitch in on that. I mean, I have my opinions, but I've never been married, so I can't really give any valuable input.
Right, but then that's where it is, though. If I don't, like, you not being married, I can't hold that against you because I am the one who got married and prioritized marriage as number one. The same way we can't superimpose that message on women that marriage is their end all, be all to life. That marriage should be their ultimate objective, excuse me.
All right, so how do I log in? I'm prehistoric.
Nigga, just go to YouTube and put in Mr. Breaking News, partner. Just keep the G out because I don't do that gangster shit, man. It didn't work out for me that way. Mr. Breaking News, no G, all one word. And you'll see me, or B1 Brother Moses, you'll find it. But if you put in B1 Brother Moses, my name is still competing with a white garage group. There's a literal band named Brother Moses. It's white people. So I got to compete for my own name in YouTube for Brother Moses.
Man, we talked about that a long time ago. I told you had to monopolize all your names on social media. He's like, man, I got it, man.
Right, but I don't think you should listen. Maybe you can listen to the replay because for my audience, give a little bit about your background, what you do, and you're not married. So that's all that you said on a personal identifying stance. But they know that I'm married. I've been married for hella long. So you as my brother, give a little bit about yours.
So I'm unmarried, black male, 39 years old. I have an extensive government background. So a majority of my life has been sacrificed and given to the government, and then moved to the private sector, and then ultimately right now I'm in the entrepreneurial phase, and I'm unmarried, but as far as like relationship dynamics, I don't know if it's a contribution, but being an entrepreneur is tough on a relationship, so that's where I'm at right now. One more of an introduction, brother.
I don't do like how long did you serve and did you serve abroad and any of those things, but if any of those experiences impacted you, would you say that working for the government and being a part of the government that made you a better man, or how did that impact you in hindsight now or today?
It definitely developed me into a man. I don't necessarily want to say turn me into a better man and turn me into a man, because there's some conflicting issues that I have as an adult right now that comes from or stems from what I learned in the military or working for the government, but it did turn me into a man to an extent.
And then what about this? Not only your experiences in, how much did where you were raised influence before you ever became a soldier in the Army? Where or how you were raised, or by whom in that case?
Airman in the Air Force. Yeah, so where I was raised had a huge impact on my transition into the armed forces, because actually it was a smooth transition for me. Because a lot of what the military was teaching is what we learned in the area that I grew up in. So it was a seamless and smooth transition. The only difference was there was some formality to it as far as being, I don't want to call it brainwashed, but more or less being brainwashed into becoming a soldier or an airman as opposed to an everyday civilian.
You could say brainwash, because brainwash is the argument from many perspectives. They say people are indoctrinated by media. And so they're saying the same thing. They just found $1 million word. I think it's still a boogeyman to say brainwashed. I think that we have Black experiences regardless. I just don't like it when our Black experiences are now used as a political engine or a tool that other cultures and ethnicities get to use and say, well, no, I've had Black experiences as well. When Black folks, we don't get the benefit of our Black experience. We're the ones who get penalized and punished. We get the consequences of a Black experience while others get to use it as a talking point.
Definitely. I agree there. 100%.
You say you're a father. I know you're a father. When it comes to social media, how open are you to sharing on social media? Do you share your being a father moments on social media, or do you reserve the right to keep that but personal is off social media?
I do share, but to a limited extent. It's very minimal. It may be like something like you asked that, and I just posted a story of me combing my daughter's hair, but it's to the maybe baseball practice or football practice, soccer practice, doing the hair, but it's very minimal. It's very minimal because I do try to keep some of those moments intimate and private, mainly because I do have daughters. So I'm very protective of the information that I do share, but at some point I do share limited information.
If you were to share, who did you typically share information with?
Oh, it's public. Well, my story is public.
Okay.
And to my page, I just limit it to my friends. So I do filter on my actual page. And then periodically I do go through and delete. So maybe after about a few months, I'll go back and just delete the content just because I don't want to linger on there. But on my actual page, it's filtered to my actual friends. And then when I post on my story, it's public for that 24-hour period, then it's deleted.
Okay. Why?
Why do I keep my posts private?
Yeah.
Originally, when I got on social media, like 100% of my friend base, or I don't want to call it fan base, but my friends were people that I actually knew. So I physically met you. We went to high school together. We were in the military together. We worked together. It's like somewhere or another, I physically met you and had a conversation with you. But then as it started expanding, as my business began to grow, just me as a person began to grow, my friends list started expanding to people who I actually didn't know. And I say that as far as knowing them, I didn't meet them in person, have an actual conversation with them. So I wanted to limit what I expose as far as like my kids.
Right, I was the same way. Give me a quick sec. Mahogany Roots. Welcome back. dealing with me no more. The last that I known, and that I was
No,
blocked.
I thought you had me blocked. You're
Why the
blocked?
hell? I didn't know if I was blocked. I remember joining the next day, and it was like, let me tell you what this bitch ass nigga Moses did.
Okay, first, I don't want to interrupt your show. Am I allowed to speak freely?
Absolutely. You do know I'm direct. Now, last time we didn't have the best interaction, and I've been told about that. Like, even people who don't agree with me said, Moses, like, sometimes you come off a bit abrasive. And so, for you as a Black woman, I never intended, and this is, let me go back live, face. I never intended it for it to be a disrespect to you when I intended to disrespect your platform. But me disrespecting your platform is why I super chatted how much I did. I didn't know that you weren't comfortable accepting that as a form of me disrespecting Deacons of Defense, who had been using my name as a part of his smear campaign. So when I came to your
No,
face, that was me saying, oh, I'm sorry, sis, but I need to fuck some shit up. I am finna scream at this nigga to stop adding me with his smoke because he doesn't have smoke for me. But there you go.
no, let me just say you owe me no apologies at all. I don't know if these people even really know what's going on. It doesn't really matter. I let it go a long time ago. I actually felt wrong. I just was up. I listen, I'm not I kind of say to myself, when I subscribe, which I had been subscribed to you for a long time, for some weird reason, I just wasn't getting your notification. But after you came over, I made it my business to come through and make sure I was going to make sure that I showed you support since you did the same for me. I don't get involved pretty much in. There's a lot of people in my chat room that don't get along, and there's too many of them for me to concern myself with personal beef. So I didn't even really know until you guys started talking that there was a situation with you two. I just want you to know that I did appreciate it, and I was intending actually on giving it back to you just because I just wanted to show you sincerity and like that I was sincere and it was a positive gesture. But when I didn't know how to take it when you kicked me off, I just wasn't, thinking maybe this is how he runs his show. Even though I've been doing this for a little while, I actually don't hop up on everybody's panel. I'm very selective because in the past I've gotten to screaming matches and I'm just trying not to do that anymore. I'm trying not to fight with Negroes all the time. I'm trying to avoid that. So I probably overreacted. I don't care who you support, who you like. We don't all have to like each other. I like you and that'll never change. But I don't think I blocked you. I thought I was blocked because I've typed a couple times in your chat, but I think what it is that it was a pre-record probably. Anyway,
I accept your apology, and
thank you.
I got my brother on, Big Al. How you doing, man? So
Like I'm in a oh moment.
yeah, the all moment, yeah, mother. Hey, because I am a married man, and so I started off this show, Big Al. I had to apologize because I am still guilty of using the word bitch, and there is a justification out there where Black men, even myself, I am still absolutely guilty. But in Georgia, there was a woman who was affiliated, I guess, somehow with Morris Brown. And this Black woman went to a space where I was debating, and she started calling out my wife, saying that I was, she started saying some degrading shit about, like, trans shit. And I'm like, bitch. And I said, that, man, there was no way that I could not take it back. Like, at that point, it was already done. But for me, what hurt was because I realized that, no, nigga, I meant that shit. And then once I thought it back, I was like, okay, Moses, now what were you actually saying? What did you mean? And so there's no way to over intellectualize it. So I just shared the information about what that meant to me. But it makes me just as wrong as anybody else. There are people who we shouldn't treat each other that way. And
yeah. Is your friend still on that line?
Yeah, I'm still alive.
No, I said is the woman that was on your other.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, this is on topic. I don't mean to veer away from your topic of conversation, but something that you said, I had a question. You said you're tired of fighting with men. Like, where does that stem from? Like, what causes you to fight?
Well, I think Brother Moses knows, but I'm just talking about basically hitting random panels. Like when I first came on, I still do, I kind of got like the hit the link syndrome sometimes, but I'm a lot more selective now. Like if there's certain people that I know that I'm not going to vibe with. Our ideologies are different. We're completely different. Maybe they're disrespectful to me. I know that we're not going to get along. We're not going to be able to have a decent conversation. So I will not hit the panel with them. It doesn't mean I won't hit the panel if we differ in opinion. There's a difference because there's a lot of people that I actually like and we're completely different in our opinions, but we respect each other. But there's some people, it just gets real ghetto, no matter what. And I have a bad temper.
Okay, so you give in to those trigger points.
I'll admit to
about
it.
both of you all, Albert. In what you said, you left off on, now you're into the entrepreneurship phase. Can you again? What do you actually do entrepreneurially?
Okay, so I'm a personal trainer, so I train. Right, I'm a franchise owner through a company, but I'm still underneath their umbrella. So it's my personal business, but I'm underneath another company's name, if that makes any sense. So I technically don't have to work or wake up and work every day. I can hire someone to run my business for me, but it's still my face and my name. But I'm underneath the umbrella of another company, and I'm expanding on to creating my own name, per se. Like I have my name, but I want my business to be my name. So that's what I'm at right now. And I currently got back into school to do, like I said, I'm a trainer. So I got back into school to do manual therapy, which is massage therapy, and occupational therapy to learn deeper into the human body and all our systems, like the digestive, lymphatic, cardiovascular, all the systems that go on inside of our body. So that's where I'm at right now.
That's awesome.
The live stream then dropped down to 7 people. See, now that I go into the health space, this would be the conversation to actually have that moves away from parent rights. But if we sauce the conversation up and I ask you about, okay, now that you're a father, did you date Black or did you date outside of Black? And you being in the health and wellness space, the reason why I asked though was because Mahogany Roots, you also have an interest in health and wellness space, right? If I'm correct.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And physical fitness is what I remembered from your Instagram. And so, Albert, you were saying you were making that transition from business into entrepreneurship. What challenges did you experience now that that was your network? Facebook was friends and family from high school, but now you have a business to run.
It's the transition was just separating friends and business. I think any entrepreneur will tell you that, you know, you develop a relationship with friends and you have a level of expectancy for them to just support you and be there for you, but they're not, and it kind of depresses you, brings you down. So it's building a network outside of your friends and family to create your business. So my biggest challenge was separating my personal relationships with friends and family and expanding into a what do I want to say? Help me out, brother. Expanding into an audience that will, you know, ultimately support me and help me grow. Because you're limited with your friends and family.
And you use social media as a form of marketing too, right? What did you use for social media? Who would you have said would have been your target demographic if you used social media marketing?
When I started or now?
Now that you've refined it.
My target demographics now, well, really it's in the area that I'm in. So primarily is Hispanics. So Hispanics and Black. So that's where my target demographics is. So anything that I post, I kind of geared right now. That's today. I aim to gear towards something that they can relate to because that's the clientele that I serve.
Holy shit! See, For my mind, that does the same thing. That's the same target demographic for the faith-based community.
Brother Moses, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
I'm down south. Are you near the south? Are you near, South
Not anymore.
Carolina?
I'm back on the West Coast, west of the Mississippi.
Oh, okay. I asked because I was planning next year sometime. I'm gathering a bunch of just random YouTubers, just trying to do a little get together, show the people, that we're family at the end of the day, despite our differences or whatever, just to support each other. So I was just wondering if you were close by.
Oh, yeah, I'm always close by because I'm a traveler. So,
Well, I'm not gonna I've been online showing love, just moving to and fro throughout the YouTube spaces, but I wanted you to know, first of all, I took that video down just because like I
the
said,
video where you said I owed you $40.
yeah, I was talking shit. You know what I'm saying? I was
Right.
mad. I was mad and I'm sorry about that. Listen, let me tell you something about me. If I do something and I'm wrong, I will apologize. Now, if I'm not wrong, I'm not going to apologize. And I'm stubborn as hell. It might take me a while. But I meant what I said. I like you. I wanted to show support. My feeling, like I said, I was confused and my feeling was hurt. I didn't understand why you took me off the panel. But what I'm learning is people run their channel differently. And I'm learning that. I'm learning just like everybody else. And anyway, I'm not rich like you, so I can't drop it all on you at once. I'm gonna have to give it to you
That
little
is
bit by little
not rich. That is like that is a scratch on the surface. Like if you know, like there's people who be like the Robert Smith, they use him as an analogy. But when he said he paid off all of the Morehouse graduates, I missed by 1 year. If I would have actually stayed at Morehouse as long as I should have been as a student, but I came in as a transfer student and they weren't going to accept all of my credits. And then they told me that the way that my GI Bill was set up, I needed scholarships. Long story short, the GI Bill was not going to be able to afford it. And so I had to get out of Morehouse in like 2.5, I'm saying quick ones. But if I would have
Oh
waited
my God.
longer, he turned around and paid it off. And so that was why people was like, well, talk to Moses about Morehouse College. My Sunday Rumble
And
was
you
the show from, well, what happened when Spelman said, do you accept the trans community? Or Morehouse, does Morehouse accept trans or whatever, gay men? I'm like, man, what the fuck are y'all asking me that question for? They got a website. But yeah, I don't know how you don't know. Like, sheesh. You go back to, I expected you to know that shit. When I said,
no. Go
go ahead.
ahead.
No,
No,
let me
I was
stop.
just gonna say, and you a veteran. I'm in love. Like I said, I definitely will come through and all that stuff. Water under the bridge. Just
You asked
don't
me a
make yourself.
question. Let me ask you a question then.
Sure.
Water's under the bridge, but I still meant the conversation when people were accepting Ramil in a space. He was the one who Chicago brought down for the promotion of juvenile prostitution, and he's unapologetic about it. Sister Irene tried to have the conversation. Zayax Institute, Q Butter tried to have the conversation. He put out the video himself showing when he was younger and interacting. So replicating that was just the message that I've been against. So when I asked, I was like, well, where do you stand on that? I was serious because before I could even address the domestic violence, his channel was still getting thousands of people to view it. And I'm still just a 15, 20 people YouTuber. So I was like, how is it that you're listening to that guy? But go ahead. That's my
But
question.
I don't. Oh, sweetie, I don't listen. I have never been a fan of Ramil or a lot of these men in the manosphere space. I think that's what I said, but I've made it kind of clear who I like and who I don't, and he's definitely I've never watched. I'm gonna be honest, I've never watched the show. So the reason I couldn't answer the question because I absolutely do not watch Ramil. When he was running around talking about pumping and dumping, one time I confronted him on Teapot. Well, not really confronted him because he wouldn't let me up on the platform. I was in the chat, but when basically my thing is pumping and dumping is he was acting as if that was some kind of solution for men. And my thing is that's pretty much what's going on right now. That's why we have broken families, because people won't step up and take their responsibility. Okay. It takes two to make a baby. So I've never been a fan of Ramil, never liked Ramil, never watched his content. I'm not an enemy. I just don't know him. And I'm not interested in knowing a person like him. I am interested in knowing somebody like you, a Morehouse graduate, right? HBCU, and you're a veteran. I'm a veteran. So I have no interest in men that talk like Ramil.
All right, you
But
got
I
another
just wanted to
veteran,
show
my
you some
brother
love,
Al.
sweetie.
Like I said, my family. Oh, thank you and salute. I don't
So,
know. I don't know. Like the people who still go to your channel though, many of those
mhm.
folks, they might be cloud watchers every once in a while. They'll drop in, but across the YouTube space, I'll say over the years, what I've observed is that they come and go. Those numbers go up and then they go down. They'll go up and then they'll go down. So I didn't take it as a personal insult, but what I did take was that my economic dollar was no longer welcomed across the Black YouTube space, because the same way you denied me, and I thought, okay, here's at least one. Now I know there's some fuckery that happens in Black YouTube. So in order for Black YouTube to be successful, the people who can must support some shit that we don't agree with, i.e.,
Yeah.
when the Manosphere first came to fruition and these dudes is doing shows with truckers and they're trying to get Erica Williams on to talk about real estate and they're trying all the things that they could, that is my buddy from high school that I was trying to support. But once things changed and he was no longer able to take authority or dominion over his own space, the Negro Manosphere, and by default, he became an enabler. O'Shea Duke Jackson, the nigga who I went to high school with, that's not his real name. That's just his shit, his business wise. Not only could I not support the platform, I couldn't support the space, but that dude has a higher calling. That's still my homie from high school.
Right.
Nobody asked me about him. They asked me about a friend of a friend, which would be Nyla Says. So when you say your event that you would host, let me ask you, would you invite Nyla Says or Taz exclusives? Because if you know that I was their primary, or I thought I was anyway, senior partner B1 Brother Moses, supporter for them, and they wouldn't be invited, to me, that still says that you hadn't really got over the water under the bridge. So,
Oh, that's a very good question. Do you know that I never knew? That just goes to show you how I am so in my own box. I never even knew until I started coming over more and watching you, some of the stuff you were sharing. I didn't even really know until I started watching the closeness of y'all's relationship. Let me just say this. I haven't talked about it, but I'll talk about it with you because you deserve that much. When Nyla and Taz first came out, I really liked the show that they had. They had a show, then Cynthia G came on later, and it was a lot different than what's going on now. And that's what you and I know that, but a lot of new people don't know the origins. And I am very much pro-Black. I've stood on that. I don't know how I got hooked up in the Manosphere, because I am more pro-Black than anything, have always been. But anyway.
Hey, hold on one second,
I was like,
please. Hey, Al, you remember that nigga Corn, right?
Yeah.
All right, keep going then. He knows who it is then. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, I never even had an issue with them. I had an episode with Taz. And so, yeah, I jumped in the middle of some beef between, I did it. It was petty. And the only reason I had an issue was not, look, can I just tell you what happened? I was on another YouTube show, Platinum Elite, minding my own business, sitting on his platform. Taz came up there, started kind of arguing with the people on the panel, and called me a bitch out of nowhere. That's what the fuck happened. I promise you on my life. And after that, I felt some kind of way. And, so when the shit came out, I was laughing and kicking and adding my little 2 cents, but I never involved you. I never included you in that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I can get that.
But to answer your question,
hey, you probably will never get an apology from that too, because I'm on the other side of that argument where Black men actually apologize.
Can I tell you something, Moses? I've never been on a platform with Nyla, but me and Taz actually was on another platform. We was on this YouTuber called GMT, Grandmaster Troll, and we were all on the platform together. Everybody was getting along fine. My thing, I don't like disrespect. I'm cool as a cucumber. Just don't disrespect me. I don't care who you are. I don't care about your subs. I don't give a damn about, if I show you respect, show me respect. So I got my feelings and I turned up. But I'm not like that, just out like that in general. So to answer your question, man, YouTube is just YouTube. We're out there as entrepreneurs, as business people. We're trying to support one another as Black folks. So I it would be no problem.
And it's not my space to ask, but if you are an entrepreneur and want to shout out like what you do, go right ahead. My apologies.
Oh, well, I was talking about even as YouTubers, we're entrepreneurs, but I do have my own little personal business that I do. Yeah. I actually do a lot of little stuff where I'm from in South Carolina. But one of my, I won't say my biggest, one of my more popular things that I've been getting into is making candles with my son. I collabed with a friend of mine. We both have children that are on the autistic spectrum, and we collab. She has a nonprofit organization to support autism, and she asked me to join and sell my products. And a portion of when you buy a candle, it supports families with children with autism. It's a wonderful, wonderful program that we're trying to jump off. We're doing the Walk for Autism down here. I'm really proud of it. So that's my biggest, like my love, really. And I do that during Juneteenth and stuff like that. But I have my hands until
yeah. And one of my first YouTube videos that my family posted was I was singing at the Sacramento State Capitol, and it was for the Autism Awareness Program at the Capitol, or event being held at the Capitol. And my son was so little, I started off the song, "Please Come Get My Son," or "Come Get Your Son." I was talking to my wife in the audience. Right.
Awesome.
Right. And in the audience right there. And so the autism awareness, but that all gets dismissed once people start saying, well, because of who you are friends with on your Facebook, now we're going to discriminate against you. And I'm like, wait, what? I didn't even know this about these people. These folks who I went to high school with, there's a lot of them who've experienced a hell of a lot of life in between these last 20 some odd years. You know what I'm saying? And so.
Yeah. And you know what? The thing of it is, Moses, the beef keeps on going. And so no matter what, it's like, I've had people do that to me too. Oh, not realizing I don't even really know these people like that. We're literally just acquaintances through YouTube. Most of them. My circle is very small. So yeah, I know better than to group you together. It has nothing to do with me,
At one point, you looked at it as if I was being used as a pawn in a game. Now that we can start to see the intersectionality with topics such as domestic violence, pedophilia, rape, and so many different other areas of social media, like, is that still your final assessment of me? Is that I was just being used as a pawn?
No, no, it's not my assessment of you. Like I said, that was never my assessment of you. I looked at you completely separate. Even once I found out you guys were friends with it, I give everybody an individual chance, and I asked the same of me. But what happened was when you kicked me off of your pants, it threw me for a loop, because I was just like I came over here tonight. I had been looking in the clouds. I've looked at your channel several times in the clouds, but I was like, well, how many times am I going to reach out? I don't want to seem desperate. I don't want to seem like I'm begging, but I'm sincere, and I want him to know I'm sincere. So right. I just figured, yeah.
I communicate via PayPal. And as odd as it sounds, I swear to God, that is my thing. Like, if I really have something to say, like, and mostly I just be talking shit. And like, people who know me, that's just how it is. Like, that's like the primary message that I've ever only sent. It'll be like, good morning.
Do you know I created my PayPal just because you told me that was so.
Right, and then you shut it off. So I was like, man, I don't even know what to do. Now then, she said give the $40 back. It won't let me send the $40 back, even using the PayPal that she said she created. And I
let me tell you something. I was in my feelings. I was so in my feelings, Brother Moses, that it wasn't funny. Just because, like, one thing people who've worked with me, they know, like, she's a real one. Like, when she fucks with you, she fucks with you. So I really liked you far as your content and what I was seeing. And I remember when you were on O'Shea Duke's channel. I think that's when I subscribed to you originally. And so I was just confused. Like, why did he do this to me? Was this all a prop? I just, my brain was probably going faster than my good common sense. Like, I just was confused. But it didn't take me long to figure out, you know what, you overreacted. You need to have a conversation with this brother.
Right.
And so I was determined to reach out to you regardless. But brother, I got to take a little break. I actually, like I said, been on here a minute. But
Appreciate it.
no problem. I mean, I almost hate to leave. This is a very good conversation, but I'll let you and the other brother talk.
That's my real brother. The
Oh,
rest of the
really?
folks, that's why I'm like, I don't know how
Hey.
comfortable you are sharing personal. When you call a family reunion, it's one thing, but my bro calls me to have a family reunion as well, because like even my nephew started to see some of the different interactions that were happening on Facebook. Black Woman Sphere went black viral, I guess, because she likes to say viral for shit that's not viral. But one of her best videos is where she actually showed me on the fucking cover taking my tooth out, which I thought was
Oh my God.
I swear to God, 10,000. So for you to not, okay, so now we're Ramil, but you still sided with Black Woman Sphere, who was the broken element of the trifecta on Who Gonna Check Me Boo. At some point, you're gonna have to tell me where you stand on that too, because is that really the Black woman empowerment you want? Sex worker.
No. Let me just say this. I'm sorry you brought up that video, but that clip, I had no clue. I don't know if you could remember that video, but I was so out of it. My channel's very small. I'm not used to people. I'm a lot different than what people think I am. So I was so busy looking at comments and stuff, I wasn't even paying attention to what you were doing on the panel. And basically, so many people clipped that video of you, Bala X. A lot of people did. A lot of other.
I said, nigga, I made it. Like I don't name drop, but all I knew was that they said hella people started clipping it. I said, well,
oh yes.
I hope they talk, because all I ever know was, and here's the honest to God truth, and you can check with every verifiable source, Black Woman Sphere came into this space as a woman who worked in dental. And so when I asked Nyla Says for a number, Nyla Says told me, I don't feel comfortable giving you her number. And that's all I really actually know, until she had to toughen up. I don't know what her whole real life experiences are, but something happened to Black Woman Sphere where she was no longer the Who Gonna Check Me Boo. That's all I know. And in any event, god damn. Anyway, now let's take it off of me. I asked a question.
No. Okay,
that was your folks right there, or the person who you brought on the panel when the shit got salty at your house, your social media.
Yeah, it was an open panel, so everybody was welcome to come up. Everybody was welcome to come up. I am. Let me see. I think well, let me just say this about me. I have been a cloud watcher for years. Like me saying that I remember Taz and Nyla's show, when the B1 show, and when they did the show with Cynthia, but I very rarely dropped out of the clouds. I did it once or twice, but I very rarely, even though I was there almost every other day. See, that's what people don't realize about me. So I will say the same thing about Woman Sphere. I remember Woman Sphere when she was Angela, but I will be honest, just like you. But listen, just like you, I did not really. You've never seen me drop down out the clouds. And to be honest, there's so many people that I'm subscribed to. There's a lot of people I don't even get to really watch. So what I'm trying to say is I didn't familiarize myself with her until earlier this year. So and I did watch, and I was following the stuff that was going on between her and the other content creators. And so, I mean, the panel was open, so it was open for any and everybody. It wasn't me choosing sides or anything like that. It was just an open panel. I don't have anything against her. She's never done anything to me. As far as Black,
and then I think she was piggybacking off of Ramil, and I think
she doesn't want.
Was like doing like real life doxing, which is taking personal, not just shit that you find on Facebook, but the legitimate doxing. I think, and I can't prove it, of course, but I think that was Ramil, and I thought that was a flagrant violation. And in any event, once the information started coming out, people start throwing shots. But yeah, I don't know. I went black YouTube. I got my own little. I tried to get as many as I could. I didn't know who you said GMT Grandmaster Troll. I think I may have gotten his. I saw one with Rude Imp, and then I saw the Baller. And then there's another one that Logic Sphere did, but he was like Moses knew the assignment. I think that he read it right, but people aren't really saying exactly how it is. No, that shit fucking hurt. I felt like I got ambushed by a woman I didn't know, and then the other woman used it as an opportunity. So I was like, oh shit. And so
wait a minute. I would never do no.
And so listen though. You then turned around the next morning and was like, fuck that nigga Moses. I thought that nigga was serious, his tears and all of that shit. And I was like, oh god damn, what the fuck?
Moses, can I speak just for a second? I'm not Chad, but I've been holding this pen for 10 minutes. Let me just okay, well, I'm confused to how you felt that I ambushed you. That was an open panel. I just don't feel the ambush, and I did not let more than one person talk at a time because I don't do that. I don't have anything against you to ambush you. So I don't understand why you felt ambushed. I would never do that to you. I didn't know you to want to ambush you. Like I said, I didn't know your connection. Yeah. I'm gonna listen, and I gotta mute myself for a second because I gotta do something, but I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, Big Al, what you think, man?
I'm trying to follow along.
So go ahead, nigga. You following along, nigga? That's not a response, nigga. You can't be on a reaction live stream and not react, nigga. Plot twist.
I'm trying to follow the line. I'm trying to figure out who disrespected who. I'm going through the comments and reading the reactions.
Oh yeah, well my shit wasn't ultimately disrespectful. I know it and I stand on it. A nigga in the YouTube space who's most likely unfamiliar with everybody on a personal level, but only connected through YouTube, started adding me, which means that my name is now associated with whatever it is, the content that they're doing. And the content that they wanted to do was connected with a smear campaign connected to somebody else's personal and private identifying information. And for me, that's not only bad for business, but it was disrespectful. And to go into it, there was no way that I could tell that person to stop, only using my First Amendment right, just telling a nigga to stop it. And so at some point I was like, man, I got to get this nigga attention. I knew of a space where it was a shared space where that dude is also welcomed. And so when I went to that space, I saw he was there by being in the chat. When we say cloud watching, it means that while we're there, somebody is live or whatnot, or has a premiere running, and we don't say like, hey, check in like Black family typically do. You just watch it, or you watch it in the restream. But cloud actually does refer to if somebody is live and you don't say anything like hello, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You're in the cloud. Now we got Tanjan. I believe Tanjan is also a YouTuber, so she has a perspective as well that helps with the plot twist. So here you go. Hey, Tanjan. What up, sis?
Hello.
Greetings, fam. Hi, from the Bay. Hey, sis.
Hi.
I listened to what you had to say, and here's my misunderstanding. For Taz don't need. Taz already got a wife to him. However, me as the observatory that look on, and I catch people off guard. When people get away with catch people off guard because I don't feel right for me to hear certain things that I know what I'm used to hearing and that don't sound right. And my thing was, it's all good. I really appreciate you apologizing to Brother Moses and say, hey, you know, I was in my feelings, I was in my bag, you know what I'm saying? But I want us to all support each other. And I think we should do that. I think it's okay to disagree. Now it's been getting attacked for no damn reason because people just don't understand. If they're illiterate, they're illiterate. They need to learn to be illiterate, okay? Like myself, there's a lot of things I didn't know, but because they said it, it didn't bother me at all. It made me want to learn more. It made me want to go research and understand the things. But my problem is when I heard you say, I don't know where Tash just called you a bitch and this and this and that. I'm going to tell you something. I've been following Taz for 3.5 years. And Taz ain't never popped up and called no woman a bitch unless he's retaliating. And it's
No, that's
always
not
the
true.
woman.
The footage is I'll share it on my community tab.
Listen, sis.
I'll
'Cause I've
share
been
it.
following
I'll
for
share
3
it.
years.
It's still up. It's still up. It's still on Platinum Elite Show. I'll
There's
share
women
it.
who There's women who got on here, and I believe you're the one that got on there, and you started questioning him on a lot of things.
No,
he's
I
no
didn't say
prayer book.
anything to
And he-
Taz.
and
I
he-
never said anything to him. Okay, I can tell you're one of his fans. That's not true, sis. You
That's
didn't
not-
see it, but I got witnesses that saw it.
Yeah, okay. So let me finish, because maybe you understand, maybe you remember, because it was a whole bunch of you ain't letting them speak, and we're saying him to speak because he talked about one thing and he took it somewhere else, and this is the attack of throat. Everybody knows who the attack book is, because you started attacking both Taz and Mello. So we figured you were on the side of the throat because you started questioning.
Okay,
him,
you
and he
just up
thought he
here
understood what's
lying.
going on.
You just up here telling
No,
lies
I'm
because
not lying.
I have never attacked Taz. I
See,
don't even know
one
Taz
thing
to
about-
attack Taz.
one
And
thing
I got
about
the
myself,
video, like
don't
I
have no
said,
reason to
Brother
lie about
Moses.
nothing,
I can
because
share
nothing
the
came to
clip.
lying. So
And
you
there were
don't have to
people
watch
there
how you
who
talk to
saw
me
it. There were
right now.
other
I'm
YouTubers up there
being very
who saw it.
respectful right
So
there.
that is not true.
Being
Thank you
very
so much,
respectful
ma'am.
right now.
If you weren't there, you can't
I'm
say it
being
didn't
very
happen.
respectful
So
right
what
now,
is your
but you're not
testimony?
gonna call
What's
me
your
a liar.
testimony that you
You're
think
not
that
gonna
you
call me a
believe you
liar,
were
'cause
not
you was all
there?
on the
You
set.
can't,
I
really? So
I
now
was
Taz needs you to
completely
defend
there.
him?
Now, if you're not
Is
the
this what's
one,
going on,
then
sis?
I'm a
You got to defend a
but you're
grown
not gonna call
man.
me a liar.
You got to
'Cause I
testify
wasn't-
about
no,
something that you
well,
weren't
okay,
there to
but first
see.
of all, we're
You
not
got
gonna
to
overtalk each
testify
other.
about
We're
something
not
you
gonna
weren't there
overtalk
to
each other.
hear.
Let me
Lord
finish
have
my
mercy.
comment. Let me finish my comment. And if you say, well, that wasn't me, then it wasn't me. Okay. If it's not you, then my apologies. But you're not going to call me no liar. Because one thing I'm not going to do is lie.
But
just
you
to kick
are.
it.
If
I'm
you
not
think that
getting
I
up to-
attacked
Wait,
him,
wait,
then you
wait,
lie.
Hold on, ma'am. Ma'am,
Either
because
y'all
I
gonna
feel
let the
disrespected right
question?
now. Ma'am, I'm telling you right now, I have no reason to lie about nothing. And if it's not you, it's not you, ma'am. But you're not gonna call me a lie. You not. That's what you're not gonna do. That's nothing to gain for lying. And that was another thing dumbass Negroes got to stop doing. Quit calling people a lie. Research some stuff first. Don't catch you off guard.
Exactly.
And you didn't know
Research
who
some
was there.
stuff
But
first.
what I'm saying
Research
is,
some stuff before
if
you
you
say
want my
Taz has never
word,
came up
then
here
my
and called
bad.
people bitches and hoes. Research
Okay,
some
but
stuff.
but
Exactly. Do what you talking about right now.
Taz is not married, and that's what I'm saying. And I'm telling you right now, Taz not gonna get up. He gonna retaliate for you, bitch. Yeah, he gonna retaliate.
Use a
But he
damn
not
lie
gonna
because
get
he
up
did it
and
to
say,
me.
"Oh,
You are lying because he did it to me. Don't tell me what Taz won't do. I've been probably
That's all I'm
following
saying.
Taz and
All I'm
Nyla
saying.
longer than you have, and I've seen it because it happened to me. He called me a bitch. He called another YouTuber named Topaz Presents. He called her one too. And I got witnesses.
Some of them
Ain't
women
no
came
some
back
of them
and
women. You don't know
apologized.
that woman. You don't know that woman. I know you want to pick me. I know you want to pick me, but you don't know her and you don't know me. You don't know her and you don't know me. Why are you up here defending him? Don't he have a wife to do that? Why are you up here defending a married man? He has a woman at home that can do that. You are doing this pick me job so well. He should pay you. You should be on the payroll.
They've been attacking them left and right.
Girl, we can't hear you no way. You choppy as hell. We can't understand what you're saying, and you're not making no sense, and you're not telling no truth.
Called and try to apologize.
Lord.
You know what I'm saying? They said they was in their feelings too, and they thought they heard this and all the little bull crap. But you know what? He accepted some of them, and had other women talking about she wasn't serious, she wasn't sincere about her apologies. But you know what? Like I said, 3.5 years following Taz. Taz been here for five and a half years.
Girl, please, then you don't know shit. Then you don't know shit because he's been here for longer than 3.5 years. And he been up here calling black women all kind of black bees and hoes for 3.5 years. Get your head out of the sand. And I'm telling you, I'm here to testify, lady, that this man makes a habit of calling women bitches and hoes. You don't have to believe it. I got the proof. And thanks to you, I will be looking it up so I can find it and putting it on my community tab. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Chris, I believe that happened.
How you
Yeah.
gonna who
That
hops
was
up
another
on a
woman.
panel and testifies about some shit she don't know about? Bitch, excuse my French, you weren't there. How you gonna talk about something you weren't there to see? When I know I got people that was there, like fucking a ton of people was there and saw it. What are you talking about? Now you gonna make it not true because you a fan?
Yeah.
You can put away that tissue. You can put away that tissue that you're using to wipe his ass, sister. You really don't have to do that over here. Child, please, I can't. Talk about something else, girl, because you ain't got shit to say to me. You over here spewing bullshit. I know what the nigga did. He did it to me and he did it to several other women in the space. What the hell are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. Go over there and be his fangirl.
You gotta go and say, well, sister, this was me.
Oh, Lord.
The lady you had describing this.
Okay, address somebody. You can address somebody else because I'm done with you. I'm done with you. I'm done with you, lady. I don't know you. You don't know me. But you testifying about some shit you don't know about. Bitch, you don't. You what you testifying for? You wasn't there. You don't know. Little 10 chicken screaming kids in the background. What are you testifying about, lady? You do not know what you're talking about. This nigga stay calling black women black bitches. Go on anybody else's channel and you will see that. I didn't say nothing to that man. Child,
that wasn't
please.
me. I'm pretty sure someone has.
Chaz, break her off, boo. Break her off. She's doing her job really well. Make sure you break her off. Good for this right here. Break her off. Break that bitch off. Well, honey. Child, please. I can't with you, Pepper.
So you go right in here and go back to that throat you was hanging out with.
Does anybody understand what she's saying? Because all I had, bitch, don't tell me where to go. Don't tell me where to fucking go. I'm going to go wherever the fuck I want to go. I'm going to go wherever the fuck I want to go, bitch. Don't get it twisted. As long as I'm welcome over here, I'm going to come over here. Don't you tell me where the fuck to go. Tell that nigga where the fuck to go. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Hold on, both of y'all. Now I
that
got
video. I don't do that about my family.
Hold on, Tangent. Hold on.
I bet she wants.
Big Al, go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to listen. I want to listen to one at a time.
Me too, but I be feeling like they got to get it out, and so I be don't wanting to be that regulator myself too. But oh yeah, Tangent just shook.
I want to hear both sides, like literally hear both sides.
She can go, but my thing is, and I'm going to be as respectful as I can. Why would I come up here and make up a story that didn't happen? All my people knows that it happened. I can name the names of the YouTubers that were there when it happened. I remember the video. Like I said, I will hunt for the video. Thank you, sister. You gave me some work to do. I will hunt for the video. I will find it and I will share it on my community tab. Even though, to be honest, I had let the shit go because it wasn't that serious. But what you're not going to do is sit up here and tell me that why would I make up something like that? All these YouTubers. I'm going to make up this one incident on this one person's platform and this one point in time. I've been on too many platforms. I've been on too many. Go ahead, sweetie. What?
For all intents and purposes, I've heard Taz say he's trying to get out of this shit. All of these videos that keep linking him. And so it's remarkable that this video, the primary message was about me apologizing for using woman as the female dog or the word bitch. But that at the end of here, once we get to this point, your receipt that you want to share about Taz will be the receipt of him using the word bitch to describe women. I would come in and say, I don't know if it's defending him, but in my journey, I had to self-correct and say I should stop calling women bitch. But that is going to be one of the hardest, like, unless it's just for a smear campaign, I don't see what the result is of using that as a form of an empowerment tool.
Can I say this? And I got angry this now, and I used that towards the sister. But I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes, like she said, I'm actually gonna give her props. Like she said, sometimes you could be pushed to using that word. I'm gonna be honest. I don't care about it. That's what she not understanding. She felt she had to get up here and get a paycheck, honey, and defend him. Trust me, nobody needs to defend him. His mouth is plenty big, just like mine is. I don't understand why people insert themselves into stuff that don't have nothing to do with them. I'm sure she's a nice lady. She's a supporter of yours, so I'm sure she's cool. It's not personal with me. But my thing is, I have no reason to lie on this man. I don't know him to lie on him. Far as personally, I just know what happened, and that I was telling the story of what set me off. What set me off? When people disrespect me, I can get very disrespectful back. That's me and everybody, and I can go down the list. If I was so contentious, lady, how could I be a guest on so many platforms? Whether they're big or small, it doesn't matter to me. But I've been a guest on several platforms. And there's people I don't even want to say because I'm going to leave that to be a surprise next year when we meet up. There's people with humongous platforms that just haven't been on my channel, but they're linking up with me. If I was so contentious, the Black man, why would these people who have huge followings be willing to do business with me?
I'm going to need you to breathe because I got to say something and it's not going to rest unless I say it. So breathe with me.
Okay. It's okay. What is it?
Because I'm a husband and a father, and my space is open for people who have children. So when you said to that woman, why is she talking to you? And it sounds like she has a child in the background. That came across to me as offensive.
Why?
It's the problem that she has her child in the background, or why would that be something that you felt to call out as something as a reason why she shouldn't be addressing you?
Oh, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because I don't know if it, maybe she's over there with you, maybe maybe it's not that late. But to me, versus arguing with a strange person online, right? And tempers are flaring and my baby is crying in the background. I personally would go tend to my baby because there's nothing that's going on up here that should be that important. But she thought that defending Taz was more important than seeing about her child. So you can get mad. People can get mad about what I'm saying, but that's what it looked like. That's what it was. Literally, your child is crying in the background, needing some kind of attendance for whatever reason. And you up here worried about me and defending a man who's got a whole wife that can defend him. So yeah, I said it and I meant it.
I'm going to say for somebody who wants to avoid drama, that definitely sounds like sharing the images of Taz when he was cussing you out. That sounds like really going back into the lane of drama.
Okay, let me say this, Brother Moses, because like I said, I'm new to you and you're new to me. That was brought up because if someone is going to lie on my name and say, well, I saw you up there and in 3 years, I've never seen him when I done seen it several times. Where you been? Your head must have been in the sand, sister. Because anybody that's been following Taz has seen Taz get up here and call the Black women out their names like water off a goddamn duck's back. So where have you been? And that's what I'm saying. How are you going to testify about something that you weren't there for? You can't say that you've never known. Well, then you just don't know. Say you just don't know.
That's the question that comes up though when you say, hey, next year you were considering bringing together community a community event of YouTubers to show that there was no
we
love
are. We're going to do it. And
Where
we're going to have some big names.
Exactly. If it was Taz and Nyla, are you sending them the invite, or is that something that you would still have an issue with?
Oh, God. Of course, any Black person. Let me tell you something. Because I love my people, even that sister, even though she came up here to defend the man against her sister, but that's fine. And he don't even need it because he's a big, strong 6'7" man. Even that sister, honey, none of this is personal to me, but I will defend myself. Absolutely. But I mean, we are about Black business. We are about black people coming together in Black unity. All that shit can be put to the side, but I'm not going to let nobody lie up here and listen, I brought up the video because you want to see proof. Like, okay, then I got the proof. Because one thing I'm not going to do is lie on somebody. I don't need to do that. For what? This is something that happened a year ago. Why the hell would I lie about it? And like I said, it's too damn distinct. Everything is too damn peculiar for it to be a lie. I'm literally giving you the video, the fucking whose channel was on and who was up there on the panel with me. It was the general. If you don't know, it was the general. It was Third Ward Columbia, and it was Topaz. It was a bunch of other YouTubers up there that could witness what happened. No, I know you don't have to fuck with them. I'm letting you know that this isn't a figment of my imagination and this happened. since she claimed that she ain't seen it in 3.5 years. Get your head out the sand, sister.
Yeah. So on that, then, yeah, I would still find it hard to move in the same spaces where those people operate, because the First Amendment right wasn't something that worked even in communications online. And with some of their perspectives, it's only going to go to the Second Amendment. And me being a veteran, I'm the one who's expected to behave accordingly and to not put my family in harm's way. And by even putting myself in the position of where I'm in a space where Third Ward Columbian or Ramil is, like, we got to keep in mind, even back in the day when he was put on the news, Ramil had his pistol in order to do his line of business. And so when people disagree with people like that, who think that they could use their tactics, it's almost like it would send the wrong message. An honor, I would say, for me to put one of them dudes in their place. But that's not the type of thing. We would be there on some peace and reconciliation, or everybody can go along to get along. But I can't do that with some folks. We can't operate in the same space. There would only be one solution. And I'll tell you why that is. Because when Ramil started making his personal attacks, and it was no longer just a YouTube channel, when he knew exactly who it was he was referring to, and he knew exactly the age of my daughter, and he wanted to make me a part of a smear campaign, that's the same type of thing that he said, which is, nigga, don't make me pull out those receipts, and I can do that same shit. So my suspicions, when anybody from that camp and anybody who associates with those ideologies that went that far into what niggas do to each other, I tend to put my hands up like, shit, I'm not the nigga, because it could only get to the Second Amendment. And that's about as soft and as sensitive and as clear as I can say it. I wouldn't be able to attend your event.
Oh, sweetie, I like you, Brother Moses, and that is quite all right with me. And I mean this respectfully, whether people, like I said, like me or not on YouTube doesn't really matter, because this is bigger than YouTube. This is network. This is more of a business thing than anything. And so that's absolutely fine. I want to say, because I wasn't looking at the chat, but I just peeped into the chat. Lady, I don't know you. This is my first time ever meeting you. I promise you it wasn't me trolling you. I've never attacked you. I don't even know who you are, sweet love. Pray about it. Take it to the cross, lady. It's going to be all right.
I am, because I'm a human as well. I got my brother with me right now. Big Al, you got to help me decompress, man. What do you think, man? You know me better than anybody else, bro.
I'm absorbing, man. I have no comment. I'm absorbing.
See, you so fresh. You're a sponge. You still got capacity to absorb. But some of us been absorbing this liquid, and it's oftentimes a toxic liquid, because we're dealing with motherfuckers that, man, niggas that are unapologetic about the word like bitch or catching a body. You got real shooters. You got motherfuckers that been in the drug business. Man, it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers as to where it gets a bit like damn, if you can't segment your personal from Facebook away from who you are, it makes moving into a business capacity that much more difficult, to say the least.
Oh, no. I definitely agree. Like, I know that degree of separation. I was just speaking on this particular instance right now. Like, I have no idea what's going on. Like, I'm learning who Taz is. Like, I'm just like Corn. I'm just picking up on, all the players in the game before I have anything to say. So, like I said, I'm absorbing.
Right.
I've learned that though. I've learned that. I've learned to sit back and just understand and listen before, I get my belly, put my seatbelt on.
That's what happens when you physical fitness motherfuckers get them big trucks. Y'all can't even, man, what are you doing with the big truck, man? You physical fitness, man. Get you a little ass Honda Kia. That way you can get from A to B. Y'all don't want to save money, man, first of all.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to compensate, man.
Hell nah. Nigga, the same size as me, mother. You put me on both sides of the dumbbell and squat that shit, no problem. Like, come on, Mo. You could survivor rescue carry my ass as long as we need to go.
No, you know what? Like, honestly, so both the women that were speaking, were they both Black women?
Yes.
I was
Well,
actually,
Mahogany, do you identify as Black or are you Geechee? Do you go by ethnicity culture?
I mean, I'm both. I'm from the Geechee South. But I'm an African American woman, very proud
Right.
one.
See, when you said
And
you were from South Carolina, I thought that, but I know that, anyway, like some people aren't open to talking on that level. So in any event.
yeah, oh no, I'm cool with it. Like I said, I'm very into culture and very proud. So, um, I'm not sure. I just, like I said, I was trying to come up here and have a conversation with you, but it is nice to meet your brother. And it was nice even meeting that lady. I'm sorry that she felt the need to do that, but like I said, I am going to continue until Brother Moses tells me I'm not welcome over here, sister. We just gonna have to be looking in each other's faces because I plan on coming over here as often as I'm welcome. You just have to
Right.
get to know me. But like I said, anybody that has known me, has worked with me on these platforms knows that I just don't attack people. I've been on too many people's platforms to say that I attack them. I've been on, there's a sister, what's her name? I think she's, I can't remember. But yeah, that's something that I don't do. As far as doxing, I'm not a supporter of doxing. Let me just get that out right now, make that clear. But it does happen on these platforms. But I have all I can do is control myself. I've never doxed anybody, so I'm just speaking for myself. But let me get out of here, Sweet Pea, and prayerfully, if you're willing, I'll be glad to come back over. Y'all have a good night, everyone.
No,
in the
don't
chat.
get out of here just yet. Don't get out of here just yet. Who the fuck are you?
Excuse me? Exactly. Who the fuck are you? Your friend seems to think that I know you. That's why she felt she had to fucking come up here and defend your black rusty crusty ass. I'm the girl that was on Platinum Elite's panel, and you came up there calling me all kind of bitches and hoes. You come up here to fight a woman, Taz?
Why did I call you bitches and hoes?
Did you come up here to fight a woman, Taz? Is that what you're doing?
I've never talked to you before in my life, bitch.
You have, Taz. Okay, well, I'm gonna get the footage. I'm gonna get the footage, boo. I'm gonna get the footage, bitch. I'm gonna get the footage. In the meantime, Moses, good night, love. But I'm gonna get the footage, bitch. So
what's your name? Right, yeah, I just heard that shit, bro. I don't know who that is, but even if I did, if you was on GMT channel, you on a Trolls channel.
Right, the nigga's name
is the Grandmaster Troll. So,
but it won't make sense. And even if they are participating, they'll be an open participator. And like, I don't know, you see it on the screen. Like Sugar Babe said, I am a B1 supporter from both Taz and Nyla first channel. So Sugar Babe go back before me. And all I need is growth.
These people annoying, bro. I was on the panel with Taz before and asked motherfuckers, and what happened? Motherfucker, I don't know you. I was on the panel with you before. Okay.
Hey, Miguel, Taz Exclusives, the GOAT, YouTube content creator. And Taz Exclusive, the GOAT, my blood brother. Ow.
Oh, man, dog.
Hey, man, I did a whole stream talking about how I apologized, and I'm trying not to use the word bitch. And then she joins the panel to say that she's ultimately mad at you because there were incidences where you called her a bitch.
Yeah,
so
I did that.
I can't write the script. If somebody thought this shit was fake, I can't write it. What the hell?
Like, I don't know you. So it's not, like, for me, it's not fair to say I did something to you and I didn't know who you was. Because knowing who you are means I'll build a rapport with you and I won't do that. But if we own, let's say, Grandmaster Troll channel, and 90% of the people there are talking shit, yeah, dog, I'm not gonna differentiate who's who. You join in with the crowd, I'm gonna treat you like you're part of the crowd. You know, so I already know that's what that was. It ain't even no doubt in my mind that's what that was. That was one of the people who sit there with the crowd talking shit. Then when I talk my shit, it's a victim in the room. Like, nah.
So, all right, here y'all go, man.
Okay, so my first of all, bitch, please, you do know me. My name is Mahogany Roots and MJ. You were on Platinum Elite. Exactly. You were on Platinum tell the people the truth.
Oh, because I
You
don't
were
have the
black-
names on
Yeah,
there.
you are
It
the
just shows a
woman.
big-ass M.
You are the
I don't
woman
know how to
who
put
sat up
names
there
on
with Black Women's Fear and all these other tramps speaking of me
Right.
like you know me.
First of all,
I
nigga,
don't
the
know you.
only tramp is your tramp, bitch.
Hey,
That's
fam,
the
I
only
don't know
tramp. Don't
you.
you talk to me.
You
You
know
don't
that,
know
right?
shit about me. You don't know shit about my
Right.
pussy.
So
Fuck
pause
you,
right
nigga.
there, fam.
I was the woman who was
I don't
minding my
know
own fucking
nothing
business
about
on
you.
Platinum Elite's show, and you came up there calling me a bitch and a hoe. Like I said, I
Yeah.
got the receipts. I have no
I'm
need to
glad it's
lie.
so.
But what you need to
Play
do is break the bank and
Play
pay
it.
your pick me that was just up here wiping and cleaning and
Do
licking
me
the
a
back of your
favor though.
ass. You need to pay that bitch
Do me a
well,
favor
nigga.
though.
Like I said,
Yeah,
I got
I
the
know you're here
receipt.
to.
And
I know
Brother
you're here to
Moses,
talk
you
shit.
know I
Hey,
didn't come up
mute
here to
that
talk about
motherfucker for a
Taz.
second,
For
bro,
you
bro.
to say that I
Mute
came
that
up
bitch
here to
for a
talk about
second, bro.
Taz is very
You need to hear
disingenuous.
me, bro. So
I
this
don't
is
give a
not
damn
what
about
I said.
Taz.
Hit the mute button on that
I
bitch,
don't even
man.
think about Taz.
You were
You got
sitting
an
with
issue with
Platinum.
Woman's Fair Taz, then you need to go
You
talk
were
to
sitting there
Woman's
with
Fair.
Platinum.
Don't you bring your bitch ass up
You
here
were sitting with
addressing me.
Platinum.
I know
You were
you like
sitting
to
with
fight
pedo
women,
ass
Taz,
Platinum.
but you really
Rapist
need to go
Platinum.
pick a battle with a man. I am not a
I
fucking
tried
man, you
to.
bitch ass
I tried
nigga.
to pick one with
The man
Platinum.
is sleeping next to
That
you,
pussy
bitch.
didn't show. I
Plot
tried to pick
twist.
one with Platinum. You
Oh
tramp
no,
ass,
don't run now.
ass
What
bitch.
happened? Don't
Bruh,
ask
like
for
I
the
ain't,
actual
bruh,
woman and
you
then
should have muted that motherfucker, bruh, because on some real shit, she's sitting there for talking about picking a fight with a man. Every man in this space that bitch channel go to don't want no smoke with GOAT. It ain't a man on here that I ain't talked about or talked to or dogged or fucking dragged. So it's motherfuckers like that that create the problem because she's one of these fucking men. Oh, I know who you is now. You a trifling ass, dumb, mammy ass bitch. I know exactly who you is. Are you the type of motherfucker that get mad because I do commentary on protecting women and children? Yes, I know who Mahogany Roots is. She's a fucking mammy. But other than that, I don't know you, dog. We ain't never been in the same spaces.
right. There was a spin that was happening because when she came up, she said I kicked her off last time she joined, and right now she was saying, "Are you coming up to fight her?" While Nyla Says was actually coming up, and all I know is I said this was the space where they can have the conversation. Why did she run if her complaint was that I kicked her off last time? Well, you don't have to be kicked
Because
off.
she's
It's
a
open.
shit
I got my
starter.
bro here for my own personal sanity.
Yeah, bro, she's a
That's
shit starter. That's what that is. She's a shit starter, and she's one of these motherfuckers that sit up here, fuck with people, talk shit, call names, and then as soon as you call her once, you gonna run to the corner and say, "Oh my god, I can't believe you called me a name." I ain't playing.
Let me remind you of what happened that day. Hey everybody, how y'all doing? So Taz came on the stream, obviously, and this is what a lot of these unfortunate face mammies, such as Mahogany Roots, participate in, and then they get butthurt. Taz came up addressing men. I remember very distinctively what happened. So as he's addressing men, she starts insulting him, calling him broke. You know, it was right after the April 1st stuff. So she's one of these people that whenever people start going after us, we don't know her, we've never done anything, but she's decided to be disgruntled and have a problem based on proximity to the failures that she hangs around on YouTube. And so she goes with whatever narrative is out there. So she's calling Taz broke, and I have money, I have this. And Taz said, "Fuck you, bitch. I'm not talking to you, bitch. I'm talking to them." And so
Wait, hold on a second. That was her who was talking about she get $10,000 a month and all this type of shit.
Right, $10,000 a month, but the child
remember that
bought a
shit,
meal
man.
in a year.
That was like 2 years ago.
Yeah, right.
This
So
came back on Tanjon.
I
yeah,
told y'all I had no reason to lie. I knew that was her. So she got on here. She got on here trying to do that high sign and you know, we all should get along, you know, and you know, but Taz called me a bitch. I promise. It's like
her biggest problem is she's been on YouTube for many years. She was one of the women that used to slurp the manosphere. So when I came into the space and did not have to slurp these men and they were giving me wrenches and all of this kind of stuff, she's one of those. She's a little hating ass bitch.
But she mad because she messed up her out.
You know, she went and told all her business. She was dating one of the manosphere, one of the passport bros, whatever he is, and he dogged her ass out. It got everywhere. So like she's just like the rest of them, unhappy, miserable little bitch.
Only a lonely, miserable bitch is gonna be the one calling out a man.
She has no concepts of her own, any kind. She's completely irrelevant. And so she
Yeah.
like she was so mad. She was, why are people supporting those larger platforms? Support like your platform is the way it is because it's a reflective of your energy and who you are. Like you're a disgusting little dusty ass bitch. And
all I wanted to tell her, Nyla,
Taz does not fight women. So there is absolutely nothing to legitimize that other than lies of you and people like you. He doesn't have the record that the men that you have dealt with actually have been convicted of. So like she's a ridiculous little ugly unfortunate face ass anorexic looking ass bitch with no business. She's an envious,
unfortunate face.
Yes, her face is very unfortunate. Okay, she calls herself Mahogany Roots. So I would say Mahogany Poop. She's just like it's ridiculous. She's literally a cyber roach.
That's it. That's all I want to say. The queen has spoken. Baby, let me get off this chat. Let me get off. And I love y'all. I keep it real. I catch people in their lives real quick and I pop on anybody's panel. I don't care. You lying about some shit, I'm getting on there and I'm gonna bust your ass out. And she better be lucky I'm in IKEA getting some shit for me and my son.
I appreciate you.
See, I asked my bro, like, what do you think? Because again, I'm talking to the woman who I thought, like, and I was very transparent. I still am. Hopefully that doesn't turn people off. If it does, then so fucking what? I'm already a married man.
Nah,
but the link is in the chat. I'm like, well, what do you make of this shit?
But look,
because I'm still not backing down.
But let me ask you something though, bro. Ain't that the motherfucker who you sent the super chat to that time? Ain't
right,
that
that's what we cleared up on. You must have missed where she actually took the link.
Yeah, because when I came in, I just hit the rewind button and it literally stopped on the part where that motherfucker was like, yeah, of course, that's my luck. You know what I'm saying? I stopped right there where motherfuckers talking about me. So no, I didn't hear, but so see, and so that's what I'm saying. Like she's over here, like there's a extended issue beyond that. Nah, you was running around here trying to campaign with Black Women's Fear, dog. I don't fucking know you.
Yeah, she's got a fixation with you because it's like when I get like I've got sent random lives multiple times and she finds a way to talk about us, or if like just any like she's one of those, like, you know, she's basically a troll, kind of not a troll, but like a stalker, because like anybody that's got something to say about us, she's in there, she's joining, she's co-signing, and like we don't even know this girl. It's the weirdest shit in the world to walk around with a fixated problem. And even here's the thing, yeah, he called her a bitch 2 years ago, but she also insulted him. But it's crazy how they expect to insult Taz and Taz not saying something back. And you like she slurps Manosphere. She was on Red Supreme's panel.
Babe, she was on Platinum panel.
Right. And so she like
when she said Platinum, I was like, I don't fuck with Platinum.
Like you can't tell me nobody's respecting that little cyber roach. Like
he calls himself General. He uses cartoon avatars. He met all of the shit that I was like, man, this motherfucker got to be kidding me.
Yeah, and she's an idiot. Have you ever heard her try to talk intelligently or with some, like when she pretends like that girl isn't like, look, I know Kanye got in trouble for the quote unquote R word or whatever, but that something's wrong with her. Like she's not bright. Like I barely wanted to even say anything because like I don't believe in attacking the mentally unwell. Like that girl is not right. Something is wrong with her.
Man, these people need to start running around acting like they know me like that, though, man. I don't fucking know because we was on the panel of a trolls channel.
Yeah,
you telling me like, come on, fam.
Yeah, and she was like, "You broke, and I got money," and it's like, girl, why don't you buy some hips with that money or a meal? Like she looks hungry.
Buy some business.
Buy some business. Like buy the man that you were trying to be with that left you hanging. You know what I'm saying? Like I could get as
told you I'll watch the plot twist, man. Fuck.
Yeah, like she goes below the belt and super dirty, right? Like seriously, buy some fertilizer for your wounds. That might help. All right, I gotta go, y'all. Have a good one.
Thank you for coming up.
Oh, my pleasure.
You are always welcome.
They got what the Taz is public enemy #1, man.
Right. See, you don't even have to know the whole story to see that shit happened.
What I said, I got a figure it out, but I know Taz now, or I heard about Taz.
Because he actually will take the link if somebody start talking about him. And so he put it out there like, nigga, I'm the fucking Candyman then. If that's the way you want to call it, stop talking about me. The minute somebody starts trying to do that shit with me, it ended up being that woman, which is why when she came on, she was like, I dropped her from the stream. I didn't want to go into the full context of it because it sounded like there wasn't water under the bridge. But again, I was answering her question. She said, well, here in Miami, if you were in the South, I was thinking about next year bringing together content creators. And so I said, well, as you know, how would you feel about Taz and Nyla? Because as a senior partner, and I know it, nigga, I'm a hot head. I was the nigga, like, if there was any call that I made with Taz, like, I only communicate via PayPal for the most part. But if there was any call, it was like, man, are these niggas serious?
That's your choice.
He was like, man, I can't be in the same space with these dudes. What those dudes advocate for, I am 100% against. And when it became personal and they knew it was me.
Yeah, you're transparent. You're transparent the whole way through.
Right. But that's why when you came on, I asked you, are you transparent? What do you share that's personal? Because in the YouTube space, for you to be live, you should know that there is no boundaries no more. Not only are you liable for you, you are liable in many people's minds for who it is in your contact list. And what I was saying earlier is that it's not just when jobs are hiring and firing, they look at what your last name in and do you sound black, but they have access to your social media. And so what other people say is still used as an HR requirement on whether or not black men get the job in the first place. In California, we work towards getting marijuana off the record, especially if it was something that happened as a juvenile offense. We believe in expungement. We believe in reform or second chances should happen, but that courtesy doesn't extend to everybody. And when we found out that there was a definitive group of people who that courtesy doesn't extend to for reasons why we didn't think needed to be so articulated, we articulated it. And then that's what got Nyla Says, who just left, that woman, taken off of social media. When her husband stepped up to defend, at first, he didn't even, in my relationship with them, I didn't know that he was coming up to defend Nyla Says. I thought he had been labeled Cynthia G's guard dog, which Cynthia G was the target of O'Shea, or that nigga Corn from the hood. And so for me, it stems back to when Corn was like, oh, okay, you want to join the Rumble. And so Sunday Rumbles ended up being a thing where I was a moderator on that motherfucker. Used to get heated because he brought together people from all of these different walks of life. And the change or the plot twist was that these grown-ass men condone, enable, and all they really wanted to talk about was pedophilia. And when husbands came up and said, nah, we got to push back against that, the husbands were the ones who were put out, so to say. Right. And so no matter what the conversation was, if it was a 13-year-old girl, if the Satoya Brown case, who ended up killing her pimp or whatever, she was the problem. Oh, but she should have been held accountable and all of that extra other shit.
There was grown-ass man, police panel.
Swear to God. Swear to God. Nigga, and when they ran their smear campaign, now all the algorithm, this motherfucker is adding me in the shit saying that I support the shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is this dude even talking about? Because up until this point, trolls are just trolls.
See, I need to catch up on all this content. So now that you're putting all the pieces together, it's making sense. I gotta catch up on all this shit, bro.
Right. And so, yeah.
A long time ago.
After that, Taz did come out. They called him the guard dog, which is today's episode. It featured a Rottweiler, not the pit bull, which everybody knows, but they claim to love, white people claim to love animals. But if you go to any of these emergency shelters, that's where you'll see the most pit bulls and those canines, those German shepherds that they claim to love. But the American Rottweiler, which is the black dog in all of its genes, that is the one that's the most disposable, but you don't really see those ones there, which is why the Rottweiler would be a good companion animal for people who are like vets or for people with mental health, or in any other sense of the word. But it's also because it's a large black dog being given a threat label. And so as black men, when we say bitch and we're just talking about to the dog, the female dog, we know that it's vicious. We think that we might be using it even as a form of endearment to say when a dog knows to fight back, that's most likely going to be the female dog or the black woman, i.e. acting like a bitch. And I was saying, no, I got to get above that because it's still animalizing a human. And that makes the argument back again rooted in a plantation. If niggas are ever going to get by that, my reparations are rooted in plantation thinking versus the criminalization of marijuana or the demonization of black men, then nobody has an argument that makes Cynthia G anything other than the person who should be talking and not the person that gets censored, or makes Nyla Says, the other person who was on Who Gon Check Me Boo with the sex worker, Black Woman Sphere, or who Lady Mahogany Oaks calls Angela, that woman, she's the one who stirred up so much trouble that where I even had to take a step back, I stopped sending everybody cash apps. Like, I don't give a fuck who's who and who's right or who's wrong. I'm not supporting nobody no more. I got to start buying myself a microphone. And at some point, the real story has to come out. The plot twist took a twist to where now, nigga, the LGBTQ community, nobody knows what the P means. Some people thought it was prostitution. Some people thought it was goddamn you porn. Other people thought the P meant pedophilia. But in any event, the P means something different to this new generation. And I think that's the new evolution of the Manosphere 4.0. Of course, to which I'm against it. I'm a heterosexual male. I've been married 15 years to my same boo thing. But when the energy starts running, I was like, damn, they threw me under the bus like I was the bad guy. I'm the one who said, even at Morehouse, I tried to stay away from the LGBT community's agenda. I was more concerned with getting my family out of the poverty that was the Bloods and Crips in Northern California. My experiences with Asians were different. How did these people idolize them when those were the people that when we had to fight, that's who you're talking about. And yeah, these niggas grew up and they may not identify as Crips no more, but the conversation still sits there. They thought that they could be a better us. So how the hell do you identify with the Asians as being a model minority? Hispanics lived right next door to us. Mexicans, they had their own dilemmas with Norteños versus Sureños. But these folks still think that Mexican is a race. We be like, man, who the hell are we talking to with some of these folks? And so when it came to the issue of these folks saying, well, let's just leave because black women are psychologically, emotionally abusing us and we can't afford child support, even after they taught themselves how to have a dinner date that ended up with them getting that woman pregnant and them advocating for the system to give her the option for abortion. She said, I'm not aborting the baby. They said the reason why our people aren't multiplying and populating is because black women are aborting the baby that they didn't want to fucking take care of. But when Cynthia G then says as a woman's right, she's pro-choice for the woman and says it in her own fancy way to get the media, social media and YouTube banned Cynthia G, saying she's advocating abortion as if that wasn't the issue the Supreme Court justice was ruling on. And the only black voice listening at the time was Clarence Thomas bitch ass, a black conservative. And they lost. But they called that woman's fair empowerment. And I said, hell no, this woman is advocating for the emergence of sex workers because she understands that they're creating a platform for sexual tourism. And our issue with them is that they are going and specifically targeting countries where their age of consent argument is lowest, where they believe as a norm and a condition for society that children aren't protected. And when we show you that they act this way towards black women here, we tell black women that they should have been told them niggas deuces. Because unfortunately, we can't protect those women, even as veterans of the United States. We can't protect black women and we can't teach them how to vet black men who believe in that shit and are willing to target children. And so that's plot twist. It's like, you can't make this shit up. Even on this stream, her biggest contention and what she planned on doing tomorrow is showing the receipts of where Taz called her a bitch. But when Taz came on, even though she apologized and said, I kicked her off, now Taz, the person who you said you're going to start a stream on thing or share something on tomorrow, is here. I tried to tell you, why are you going to Taz when he's not going to apologize for calling women bitches? That's where me and him disagree. That's my own personal weakness. I believe that women should be protected. I don't need a black woman as God justification. I say when it comes to Moses, I shouldn't do it. I know better, and regardless of what I've been told, I still have a sudden, it's not even sudden, but when a woman treats me a certain way, that is still one of the first words that pop into my mind. That's how I characterize it or how I imagine it. Oh, she's being a bitch. And that's not a good thing. It fucks up the image of the Black woman. And as a respectable Black man, I can't be a respectable Black man if on my media, I want to be disrespectful of the Black woman if I'm not willing to correct it. In this case, opening it up, though, opens me up to where I'm still liable for the content of whoever joins the platform, whoever I've made a mod, whoever joins and says, hey, I have an opinion. And that's the argument if we want actual reparations for people like Nyla Says and Cynthia G, because Mark Zuckerberg over Facebook, or Mark Zuckerberg in social media, is the one who's being sued by the federal government for collusion against small publishers and censorship. It's called collective collusion. Now, that's just what the white man uses. That's that actual system. But it's saying Nyla Says is the criminal. That's why she's the one who gets ostracized. It's saying Taz Exclusives is the criminal, which is why he's getting ostracized. In any event, I can't make this shit up, so I figured I'd just go on and just lay it on out with plot twist after plot twist, and even showing them and putting it in people's own words and allowing people to say it in their own words. It's never enough, so the plot twist keeps going on. I hate to do it. What hurt for me, Big Al, was that I felt it immediately. My wife felt it immediately. Was like, damn, why are you making content with this man's wife picture on it? And I said, that's exactly what I said. How is it that these motherfuckers for the last 5 years have been allowed to make content and use her name and her brand and their family as a way of monetizing, but she's the one who gets censored? Her personal identifying information, what's private and what should have been protected, is what's being violated. And these is the ones saying that they're the Goonie Goons. And no matter where she runs in the world, there is no running when IP addresses are the things that they're confirming. And now they're practicing doxing, which is not just what you made personal, but they got online detectives and shit that pull out shit that happened when nigga 1991, nigga goddamn Rodney King. They pulling out shit that nigga goddamn, that was a disagreement. And it's never the whole thing. It's the one sentence that they find to be the most useful, and it relates to something somebody else did. And at this point, it doesn't matter what somebody else even says about that thing. They've already weaponized it in media. All right, but I know you call me, you check in with me a lot, Big Al. So if you got nothing else, man, I know I gotta at some point get back to my family. My wife is doing a lot. My kids, they know to be quiet when I'm on my live streams, and they need a reprieve too, though. Taz, you still there? Who we got? I ain't even checked the screen. No, it's just me on a live stream now. So yeah.
Yeah, man, I don't understand how you can have your kids in the background and still run a YouTube channel and be respectful to your family, man.
Yeah, right. That's what she said. I'm like, wait, but I am a married man. I got kids that'll be in the background. So you saying it to Tanjan while she's shopping, you're saying the same thing to me. My kids be in the background. There are more important things, but we carve out time to make it work. But she don't think that it was an insult, which is why I was like, well, that's why when she apologized for getting kicked off the panel.
You know, like I'm glad that you addressed that, and it was tactfully, and it was intentional, and it was respectful. You know, all in the same great respect. So I appreciate you doing that, man. Because I was a little bit offended too, but like I said, I'm not gonna speak up until I understand I have a general understanding of the full spectrum of what's going on. But like you stepping up and saying that, like I really honor what you're doing to your channel, man. Like you're truly transparent to all sides.
Appreciate you. And then even there, I'm glad that you took the neutral position, because it allowed them to talk. And even when they were talking at each other, it's like, do you want the man to intervene? Well, no, I'm not their husband either. But now that they're in a space to have their conversation, they are intimately connected to what they want to say. And even if they don't know each other right now, they know each other and they're at each other. So is it the man's space to intervene and try to be that, like, I can't be that protective? That then starts to intrude on the Black woman's First Amendment. And if the black man isn't willing to take his Second Amendment right back from whoever takes that Second Amendment right from whoever is pushing it that far, then how is it that the black man is now supposed to censor what they say? I hear it when they be like, Moses, you need to mute one so the other can talk. But these are two grown black women. They are trying to mute each other, and I'm understanding why only if I'm able to hear it. And while I want them to stop yelling at each other, I can't make them do shit if I'm not willing to make the white man get his foot off of my own neck. For real, for real.
And you know, I asked that question because I don't know if you do, you know, like live streams on communication and relationship dynamics, because that's why I asked specifically, like, are these both black women? Because that's a whole nother topic in itself.
Right.
You know, but I wanted to ask it with them in their realm, in their perspective, in the, you know, in their dialogue, in their space, because I want to build on that later.
Right.
You know, but
You brought out
we'll talk
something.
about it.
You
Yeah,
said,
you know,
why do you have the need to fight when you asked her a question? And she tried to
Right.
explain why she doesn't, or why she joins all of these panels. And even for me, she said she's accepted on all of these panels. You asked her, why does she feel the need to fight? I think she kind of got to it on the end and said maybe it's her temper. But other than that, when a woman came up, she still felt the need to fight.
Yeah, she didn't address it entirely, but you know, but there's a communication break amongst black men, black women, just in relationships. It's a whole other topic in itself, like I said. But I wanted to address it to a woman in her, like, how do I want to say it? Like, in her space, in her anger space, where she was at. Like, how do you communicate when you're angry?
Right.
This is you attack another black woman. Like, that's your queen. You know, like, this is, like, at the end of the day, this is who you're supposed to support. You know, so how are you not able to communicate with her in a sound mind, body space, and voice? So on the tail end, us as men, we have to deal with the same thing, and we get put down, we get ridiculed by not being able to communicate in that space with that same attitude. But like I said, I just want to collect data and information and just content and everything and opinions, because that's another thing. Like I said, we'll talk offline, because that's something I want to address too. With you, because you have a larger space and following, as far as, you know, reaching out, bro.
Right. That's big, bro. That's proximity to blackness, though. That is like this same blackness. O'Shea, or the nigga Corn from the hood, he got the same invite to join Fox Soul panel as Cynthia G. And when Cynthia G accepted the invite, that was still a watered down invite from the Fox panel, which is where O'Shea's other connections, black conservatives, go. They use the regular Fox Soul. And when that's Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum and some other folks. And when they go on Fox, they use it as a platform to degenerate black people who get killed by police.
Exactly. It's Fox, of course.
Right. And so Fox Soul ended up appointing a director who was a black woman who now uses the space more of an ally to the LGBT community. And they use as a primary crutch that the heterosexual relationship has privilege. And people who come from a heterosexual relationship exercise privilege in the workforce to discriminate against the LGBTQ community. And so they partner with white women to teach white women how to be better allies to black women, under the opinion that if black women ever collectively shared their voice, that would be what gives black women a seat at the table in corporate America and in politics. Following?
I'm stiff-lipped. I'm listening.
All right, and so from there, the black women then would be people like in Cali, we dealt with it. Well, in the Bay Area, they dealt with it more than we did. Kamala Harris as a prosecutor and what she does, laying the principle for prosecution in Northern California throughout the 90s, right? And so the implementation of the 3-strike rule from the 80s, fighting the war on drugs. But in our experience, the 90s, when we needed an alternative to either being a gang member, selling drugs, you know what I'm saying? Education was what we had. But as they found out, many niggas were impacted even as early as the third grade, which would put that back at 1991, 92, third grade. And they started calling that the prison to pipeline system. The democratic principle was always to try to address the prison to pipeline system using legislation. The Black conservative position has been one that says more laissez-faire, which is why if you keep going to the right, they conflate it with Nazism or nationalism. Black people get smarter, get conscious, and start believing that they're nationalists when they accept their role in America, but they do want to be separate from what the white man does. And so you'll have Black nationalism put as a solution if people believed more in Black nationalism. They don't necessarily study what's underneath it, which is like the land and the land rights and the Black farmers and legislation like that. But that's typically my position, is that if you don't want to be submissive to the white man in the system, then get the fuck out the way. Not one that says run the fucking Africa. And while I'm not against vacationing in the Caribbean and Stella getting her groove back as a grown-ass woman, I don't believe in expanding the sexual tourism business. I believe that what was more important was having embassy residency when people do need to get the fuck out the way. But in any event, my information started getting curtailed once the algorithms are now pushing me towards a space where it's like, if I don't say something, now I'm just left like, damn, well, what side of this am I on? Hold on, now I got wifey on. Al, you with me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Wifey in the other room, so all she got to do is come forth. But like I said, like when they say too much disclosure versus undisclosure, in this space, there was no more undisclosure. And what you're associated with to somebody else, that same scenario is moved forward through academia. And when they use the Harvard study that says, look, when they look at applications, when they're hiring, they discriminate based off if your name sounds Black. And in media, they do so because the name, any Black sounding names, they identify with criminalization. And unfortunately, even if you're not somebody, like the hood literally said, Moses, you are a pillar of the community, get the hell out the community. The gangsters even came to attend the graduation in Atlanta for the nigga, but I would still be swept in the same type of sentiment of, oh, this nigga's just a part of the scam. Or the algorithm, once people start running it, it just looks like, well, Brother Moses is a part of the bad side. And they don't even know that they're still coming in way too late to understand what the fuck is really going on and who's who in this situation. But they claim to have been here for years. I'd be like, nigga, how? How did you claim to be here for years when all of these things were happening? Do you not see it, or is it cognitive dissonance at this point? Or is it that people really don't know what positions they stand on? Like I've always said, I'm Black first. It started off pro-Black, not anti-white, but that wasn't a strong enough message because when you use pro-Black, what pro-Black means in a form of an algorithm, or who else uses pro-Black, if you search for what does it mean to be a pro-Black and you start finding out who those actual people are and what they believe in, you realize that shit doesn't apply. You'd be like, damn, I can't be a part of that. And when you start looking at it from a sense of woke, you'd be like, man, all of that shit was about education and what people should be educated on, but it's not converting into a sustainable form of resistance in any form. These niggas ain't going nowhere. Other than the person who gets the appointment to go preach it and teach it and lecture it, this shit is only right there. And now that they heard it enough, you got white people pushing back as a curriculum saying, no, they don't want critical race theory inside of the schools. So what the fuck are they going to do now anyway? When they deny Ivan Van Sertima and the other Black folks who push race to the forefront. And so because woke didn't apply, I'm like, well, what about economics? And in the economic limelight, there had been one real African-American, and his name is Thomas Sowell, who ever achieved what we would consider global acclaim as a Black person in America in economics. And so today's lecture, I started trying to go into my research on Thomas Sowell, and he's from a broken home when he was born in the 1930s as well. Him being from a broken home and his positions later kind of shows you the same manosphere dynamic happening. He blames Black women who then said, well, I need help from the state or the expansion of the welfare state, when Black women chose the welfare state as a means of survival, he blames that on what took Black men out of the home. And so if Candace Owens does it, I don't get to go at Candace Owens hard. I'll tell you that she's following in the footsteps of her mentors and her mentors' mentors, but that's masculinizing the topic. So in order to do so, I present the actual research and background information on those men, who they really are, not who people think they are. But in any event, I think I'm one of the more accepting spaces in YouTube, because I don't feel like it's my role to check women, and that's a big no-no, nigga. That's simping.
I take notes. You said you're more in the what stage? I didn't hear that.
Oh shit! Just like she said, I forgot. I'm more of a neutral. It's like neutral, I guess.
Are you neutral or acceptance stage?
I guess it's like almost like accepted. There's nothing else that I could do about it. Like even when it was Taz Exclusives, he went to the Manosphere doing the same thing. He got rejected by the Manosphere. He took it to the next level and forced them to evolve their conversation and stand on it. And just because we don't like that they stood on the fact that they accept pedophilia and targeting of juveniles, didn't make it so. They still get 1,000 people to watch their live streams live whenever they go live. That motherfucker told Taz Exclusives when Taz Exclusives' daughter was that age, nigga, I don't give a fuck. And then when Taz said something about another father in the space, mentioning the child, what happens is it gets taken out of context. But once you actually look at it and you see what it was actually said, it's like the reason why I don't believe in just list, oh, because somebody said this is the master teacher or this is the leader. I don't believe in that messianism shit. If that was the case, I'd still be at church with Pastor Wyatt. But he was one of the biggest whores in the community, and they broke up the church. The faith-based or just hope that it works out, that system doesn't work. When a woman expects monogamy in a relationship and tries to set that as a boundary, and men have a problem with it, that's where relationships go wrong, and men stop trying to hold themselves accountable. They say, well, no, I need her to submit to my rules and order or I'm leaving. And so then it really comes to, well, where are you going? Nigga, you going to the mountains or is you going back to the ocean some damn where? Because either way, it's still cowardice, but it's still on the man to be responsible. But they call that being the wrong topic, which is why I'll have 12 people. And when we start talking about that, that's for real. Nobody wants to see it. When I said, what do you do in athletics? What do you do in your entrepreneurship? It went down to 9. And when the smoke came that she asked for, it jumped back up to 25.
Oh yeah, when you said entrepreneurship and you talked about how that shit dropped, and you even asked me, you said the dynamics. I said like it's Black and Mexican. You're like, oh man, ooh, and it dropped down to like 8, I think. But those are the topics that don't want to be discussed, you know.
Right.
But that's our cancer, though.
Right. And if I wouldn't have let her in, I was going to ask you then, business-wise, then what does your demographic now look like? You said Black and Hispanic. Now, those are big demographics. But now how do you whittle it down when you're starting to create marketing? Because the images that you use in your marketing are appealing to certain demographics and they're off-putting to others.
Right. But and what I wanted to say, but it wasn't directed towards your topic. That's why I was turned away from it. But with you asking that question, I already know. Like, I can take my product that I have now with my knowledge and my background and my experience, and I can move it from essentially, like, we can call it the ghetto, because that's what people call it, right? We just call it normal. Like, we don't call the highest ghetto. Like, that's home for us, right? But on the outside world, they call it the ghetto. So from a general term, I can take my business from the ghetto and I can go to the suburbs and I can multiply my income times 3, right? So I can go from making $200 or $300 a month from a client to $600 a month on a client easily.
But why is that?
It's the mentality. It's the mentality. It's what's embedded. Like, what we don't believe in health and fitness and awareness in our community. Like, growing up in the Heights, like, what did you believe in growing up in the Heights? Let me ask you that question. Let me ask you that before I get into my spiel. Like, growing up, even playing football, you played basketball, you played, like, all the sports that you played growing up, like, what did you actually believe in? What did you learn in your adolescent years growing up? Like, what was the primary focus?
If I put the lotion on my skin, I'd get the hose again.
Even in playing sports, what did you know? Like, what were you taught, like, offline?
I know Scoob used to instill in me, nigga, don't go against the weak niggas. Like, you only get better going against your level of opponent.
Right. And then what did you learn in the kitchen?
I learned that I made potato fries better than you, nigga.
Exactly. So, like, but what went on in potato fries? Like, what made your fries better than mine?
Nigga, my key ingredients, nigga, my hot sauce, nigga. You believed in that Louisiana red dot shit, and I was telling you it was Tapatio the whole time, nigga. Nigga, but the seasoning, all of y'all who said season all was the best, y'all was tripping, nigga. You didn't know how to cook, nigga. First of all, that's what I learned in the kitchen, nigga.
And what else do we cook in the kitchen now? Keep going.
Nigga, everything from chicken to nigga burgers, everything.
Nah, I'm talking about specific. We had like battles.
Nigga, you
Like,
couldn't fuck with me on noodles.
The noodles, yeah.
You couldn't fuck with me on noodles, nigga, even though it wasn't like a spread, which is how people associate with it. Nigga, that wasn't no spread. That was mandatory, nigga.
But what did you put in your noodles, though? Like, what made your noodles better than mine?
Nigga, whether it was the chicken and onions, nigga, just depend. Nigga, I have recipes, nigga. Now you trying to get the game, nigga. I have recipes, nigga. Don't worry about it, nigga. I didn't need the sauce packet, nigga. I already knew.
What I'm trying to get at is we weren't taught health and awareness, right? Like, we went in the kitchen and we did what we had to do, right? So all that sodium, potassium, all that stuff, unsaturated fat, saturated fat, like all that stuff that we're putting in our food, we didn't know. It tastes good. We didn't know any better, but we weren't taught any better. So that's why I target the Black and the Hispanic community, because we don't know that stuff. We think that stuff is normal. We think that we're surviving. We take hot dog, like the canned beans, the canned everything, like everything that's processed, homogeneous, everything. That's all that we know, because we're taught to survive. We're not taught health and awareness. That's why you get these guys, like when we play Jesuit, when we play all these other high schools, and these dudes are like larger than life, and we blame it on steroids, but they're eating right. Like, they're not just that big because we want to blame it on steroids. They're that big because they're eating healthy. Like, they're their size because they're taught different. Like, we have that natural Black ability, they call it, like, it's a natural Black curse. We have that natural ability, but when you take it to the next level, it's that health and awareness. And it's not in the hood. It's not in the hood. We're not taught that. We're not taught the components to teach us, to take us to the next level. That's going to take us to the next level. Not just competing good as an athlete, but just living good as a human being, right? Like, what's going to take you to the next level is surviving as a human being. Like, you can eat this today, you can eat this tomorrow, but that's fine. It's not going to hurt you if you eat it for one day. But if you continue this lifestyle over time, what effect is it going to have on you over time? I went to this conference at school. These doctors, they make over $400 an hour, like $400, well, $300. Let me stop lying. $300 is a baseline. At least $300 an hour baseline, and they charge accordingly to their clients. And these are chiropractors. These are doctors. These are the best in their profession. And the advice that they give their clients: you need an exercise program, and you need to fix your nutrition. before they even adjust them. Like they look at their body, they do their palpations, they go through their seminars, like whatever they need to do before they even touch these clients, or not touch them, before they even really adjust these clients. They're telling them, you need to fix your nutrition, you need to exercise, you need to move. That's $300, well, like that's $300 just to tell them that.
Right.
Now, when they start adding on services, like they said, they charge it accordingly. Like these dudes that's where they get their 6 figures a year.
Right. That was one of the big things that hurt me, because now that you're talking about the nutrition and physical fitness health, you know me, I was the financial health. So even being on a call with the White House when they said the Small Business Loan Association, or that association, we had not had enough Black people apply. It was because there was the Black folks who were driving Uber, there were Black folks who were in athletics, there were Black folks who were bartenders, and they did not know how to claim their PPP loans. And so what ends up happening is the average was $72,500 forgiven for, and that's on average business, and that's what's forgiven, not what people were requesting. But if I ever tried to have the conversation with people who were small business owners at the time and who wanted to be, Black folks did not even apply for the PPP loan. And then the other end of the argument is those people who tried to scam the system, and that wasn't even a significant number. And so what we have is where it's like, well, damn, well, if that was the average that was forgiven, did we even have the communication of people telling them, look, no, you need to apply because your business is literally $400 an hour. You just haven't made it manifest that way yet because you're still needing of a loan. And now that the Small Business Association is approving a loan in order for you to expand and work all of these hours and do these great things, you niggas didn't apply still. And so long story short, hundreds of billions with a B, hundreds of billions of dollars, 97% of it went to payroll, and it wasn't to Black folks. But they would swear up and down that they can have a conversation about reparations. And they don't understand when but we can't afford it. It would bankroll. It would cause stagflation. You see what happened. And none of those arguments work, but those are the same arguments from the Black American conservative when we ask them what are they trying to conserve, as they are the gatekeepers on the Republican Party. And so likewise, when people aren't educated on physical fitness and health, they're not also educated in financial literacy, and that voice is not the one that gets brought to the forefront.
And it's not, and it's sad, and that's why, like I said, I can capitalize, I can make bank, I could be I don't want to say a millionaire, I'm exaggerating. I could be 100,000-aire, and that's okay with me, but I can't be it in my space. I want to be it in my space. Will I be? Probably not, but that's going to be my dying declaration, because we need it. Like we need to push. Like if I push the needle to the opposite side, I'm happy, right? But it's something like you said, the financial literacy, what you just said, the PPP loans. I didn't know that. As educated as I am, as uneducated as I am, my experience, everything that I have, I didn't know what you just told me.
And I told these niggas that me and my wife were helping people, and they don't want to email me or call me for that. All I'm going to do is direct you to the website, and they're going to ask you whatever personal questions you're willing of disclosing. But if a Black man comes out and does it, he ends up being the person who's even looped in. But I shared that I was on the call directly with the White House while it was live with the White House. And my Facebook picture on Facebook is me with President Biden, and it's still not enough, because he's still just extending the same legacy. He's still being that puppet, though. When it came to that issue, he was extending that. Yeah.
He's just like Hillary, but Hillary went to the extent of doing the whip and the nay and the hood to get the vote. But that's another topic. But why do you think that's an issue, bro? Like, why do you think that you had that struggle?
Right. I be talking to people who, when you really talk to them about their dreams, Big L, they don't actually need like starter capital, because when it comes to them, they are actually in their mind, they're deferring the dream where they own the, like, in the Greater Sacramento Urban League. Their dreams are more Greater Sacramento Urban League. Their dreams are more like, okay, well, I'll just settle to be the football coach. But in the world of athletics, or in the world of where if they could have their way and capital wasn't the argument, their creation is way bigger than what they ever would even put on themselves. And so Black folks feel ashamed, even those who are in business and small business, of claiming what their true business goals are, or even talking about it. The Freddy Krueger effect.
You ask a lot of good questions, and I'm gonna ask you a hard question. How do we deal with our people, most? Like, how do we deal with our people to elevate them?
All right, I'm listening.
Because you know my struggle. Like, you know, I've been out here in these streets. I took 2 years off because I had some people pass away. But even like building my nonprofit organizations to get the homeless off the street, you followed me all through my journey. And in the latter half of my journey, I have my own people lashing out on me. Like, I don't want that. Give me this kid. Like the homeless. Like I'm going out of my way. I got sleepless nights. I'm time away from my kids. I have my panel. I have my support system. They're away from their family and their kids, and they're trying to make these events and moments great for you, and you downplay it. But these are my people. These are our people, like the same skin color, like they grew up just like us, and they push us away. Like, what's the problem?
Right.
Like, how do we get to our people? Like, what's the issue?
Even when they have access for somebody to listen, that's where we're at. Will they speak?
I'm asking you, what do you feel like the issue is? Like, where do you feel like the problem is? Where's the disconnect?
I still believe it's First Amendment, Second Amendment disconnect. The right to speak or the right to privacy. We think that banking, finance, business, all of those things are private. We hold on to some taboos of where family, protecting family and all of those things, it gives us a certain level of shame. And so I don't know, like listening, how do we teach people how to listen? If they're afraid of their own voice in their own heart or their own dream, you're not going to be able to, I don't know, get people to listen. All I did was open up a space though. Being a part of the solution didn't work. We put a bank right there on the corner opposite Catacomb end of the liquor store, and the bank failed, not the liquor store. So what do you want from me? We put an actual bank right there, and the bank failed, not the liquor store. So what you're saying is the reality. You can construct the dream of your world, but we can't. Like I used to say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Because once the horse get there, the horse still has to be thirsty. And the appetite for thirsty Black masculinity, I guess, to be competitive against the other groups. I won't even just say white, because at this point, it's not even competing against white.
Oh no, we're not competing against whites anymore. We're competing against ourselves.
And not even doing a good job at that, because we use smear campaigns and shit as a tactic. Like, come on, bruh. I thought the protection of women and children, if a man is the husband and he says my wife is off limits, that men would respect that. But that's not how they move. It's almost like they want to be gangster, and being able to be online gangsters with access to people's private information and personal information, not just personal, but private as well. That's a weapon.
That just ties back to what your homegirl, I don't know if she's your homegirl, but one of your followers, when she attacked the girl, when she said about her kids, like, what are you doing with your kids in the background? Like, that has nothing to do with the topic. Like, why are we attacking each other?
Right.
You know, we have a difference of opinion, but why are we attacking the kids now?
Right. I thought she was going to go there as to why the apology happened, which is why I was trying to take it one soundbite at a time. Because when she went in on me, she went in so deep, bro. I was like, and I don't know this person, but when it comes to levels of obsession, I've only been able to witness it through the eyes of women who ended up getting banned for saying these men are obsessive as fuck. And the allegation, what happened was, here's some more context. The Mahogany Oaks lady, when I went to her page, a woman was actually speaking in her open panel style platform. And the woman was giving her story about somebody, I guess, that's where the plot twist really happens. Like, if you don't watch the episodes, it's like, you don't even know.
Yeah, that's why I told you I don't want to get my full input. Like, I need to do my background research. Like, I need to catch up on all of the content.
Right. Once you know it, I'll tell you that every once in a while you'll see it. I have the trifecta. But what the actual intention that I've always known is that Nyla Says is a master at omni-channel social media marketing and engagement. It's beyond being able to take an email subscriber list, and it's being able to monetize it. And it's in a space that's not asking the white man for permission, but it does help Black folks do it. And in that same space, people been watching. According to the analytics, the people who actually watch were big time YouTube shows like The Breakfast Club, like Judge Joe Mathis or Judge Joe Brown, excuse me. And because if it was a larger audience, it ended up driving higher analytics. Those are the networks that pay for Google ads. And because they're the ones paying for it, that's why they say when you sign up to Facebook, do you consent or opt in to allow them to share your friends of a friends list? And so if you're using any of these white platforms, people opt in to share their personal, including now their private information. And if you're trying to make a business now space grow, it's because people like Nyla Says took all the hits and she's still taking the hits. I didn't even know it until recently, but she got her channel struck again. But the people who make content using her and using her face, her image, her voice, her character, her words, whether they're in context or out, using her husband, their personal and private information is not protected. But she's the one who gets struck down. They say it's hate speech. Hate speech is First Amendment right, but these people are the ones who target people's IP addresses because they want to have the Goonie Goons go to your physical address. And then for the next one, they say they do it because of hate speech leads to terrorist activity. But where the hate speech is coming from that targets Nyla Says and Taz stems from the same people actually who are not only doxing, putting out the personal and private information, but they're the ones who make up the fake information. Like, I guess the Photoshop, people always knew that people would Photoshop your images and shit. But they're the ones who write the shit on top of the picture that wasn't originally there, that force people to think a certain way about it. And all of the different shits that they do as a smear campaign against the woman Nyla Says. When I finally look and see, well, who is Nyla Says on Facebook? All I see is a social media content creator who had been consistently putting out content, and it aligned with almost more of my talking points than I'd even known I believed in. And so I was like, plot twist, man, somebody has to know. That woman, though, Mahogany Oaks, joined the panel when I was asking, does B1 support divestors? Because I was asking somebody who had took all of the blunts when Black women decided that they didn't want to fuck with Nyla Says anymore. And so I asked her, as in your own words, like, what is divestment? It's just a word until people give it its actual meaning and power. Just like empowerment, until they believe in some form of conscripted ideology or something, it's hard to know what people stand on. In other spaces, they'll tell you who their daddies are. But when it comes to some women, they haven't identified who their mentors or their mentors' mentors are yet in certain elements. So, and anyway, I use my cross-disciplinary function and my logic to actually break it down and say, well, wait, while y'all are attacking this woman for exercising her First Amendment rights, she's the one who, what you're essentially saying, would have to defend herself with lethal force from the Goonie Goons. So how could you be woman's empowerment? The spin or the smear campaign then said, well, Nyla Says married a man who has a criminal record that includes domestic violence. So if she's not going to be safe inside of her own home, then she didn't do any better. She's still a part of a group of women who chose the wrong man. And they are so pressed and waiting for their marriage to fail that they had to be bad. And so no longer is it about Nyla Says, but because of who Nyla Says chose. And single women like Cynthia G then get brought in because she's willing to open up her platform to a married woman who's learned a thing or two about the way of the world. I found out Nyla Says is actually a grandma. So I'm like, what the hell? This shit is, these dudes have no chill. They going after grandmas? No, nigga, they will go after the grandma and ask the once they get the husband, now they want to know who that nigga's grandma is. And if he doesn't say who his grandmother's grandmother is, he lost the debate? How in the fuck is that? Like, don't y'all know that that's what they're suing Mark Zuckerberg for? Is our right to not have to disclose that? The right to not be discriminated against based on our race? The right to not have that being a hiring, determining decision? The reason why diversity and inclusion opened up doors for Black people, let alone for minority and other marginalized groups? What are we saying here? And now that Africans and Mexicans and white women can co-opt everything from affirmative action to diversity and inclusion by saying they've experienced Black experiences, nigga, what is the actual benefit? For the Black woman, it only gets harder if Black men get 1,000 views at a time of people who agree, and Black women are the target that gets censored. And so white women are even saying, in order to be better effective in the world, we need Black women to be more like Cynthia G, while she's getting censored, or whilst Nyla Says just lost her channel either this month or last month. And then you say, why? Because, well, it sounds like to me, because they didn't like the way Nyla Says was having an interview with somebody who's from the LGBTQ community. So make it make sense. If they're trying to teach the world how to be better advocates for the LGBTQ community, they didn't like one of the most authentic women to hold an interview with one of the larger platforms to do so. But the men who would put out Nyla Says IP address, personal information, and social security number, they don't have any mods that will call that a hate crime. And regardless of what Taz did in their relationship, these same people would believe in criminal reform, but would want to hold 1996 or something, domestic violence, where even that woman can come out and say, yeah, I was on some bullshit. And it doesn't matter what she says now. It matters what was written down in 1996. Not even Nyla Says. And not even whether or not she's safe in her own home with who she chose. And so today's argument, or today's question that Nyla Says put out there, which my show was a piggyback off of that energy, and it hurts that a woman has to come out and ask that. Should Black women risk their lives to defend their men? And that shit hurts, because the answer should always be a no. If it ever comes down to it, that's too traumatizing. That's what Black men in protecting was the answer for. And if the men are there now, men will take the panel and the link, and they'll say, women, yes, you should be right alongside your man. And they say, well, when Tulsa happened, the women and the children needed to be armed to defend themselves against white supremacy. Thus the scapegoat for Black men who didn't fight and stood by.
Okay. So the question is, should Black women defend their men?
Right.
And you said no.
Yes.
Like in any given circumstance.
No, there was a very specific video. So each case scenario, it's like there's always a news story where the questions can be asked. And on this one, it was like castle doctrine outside of your home. The man, whatever happened in the First Amendment phase, it led to look like a fireman, looked like the nigga was built, a husky ass white boy, ended up putting hands on the dude. And so now they're tussling in the street. And the Black woman is the one with the gun. And it's an easy headshot. And you don't know whether or not the Black woman, just by looking at the picture, whether she's the one who called the police, whether it was her who called the firemen to get there, or whether it was the Black man who acted up. But by the look of the picture, it looked like the Black man was losing that altercation with the fireman or with the white dude. But for all intents and purposes, she could have been with the white dude who was winning the fight. But the gun is in her hand to make the decision on whether or not she pulls the trigger in the event where lethal force is condoned. Does she defend him? My answer is no. She take her ass back in the house or get her ass back in the car. Put that shit up. These niggas tussling in the street, come what may. Once the man is in, once it's left the First Amendment and we can no longer talk about it as men, that's why I told her to leave. Because if it's too traumatic for her to witness a nigga getting choked out in the street, then it definitely shouldn't escalate to the Second Amendment. But now she's the one with the gun in her hand because black men weren't willing to defend her. Or in this case, it could be a black man or a white man coming to her defense, but now they're losing. I say it's still not her role to step in. That when we kiss our wives and tell them to take their ass back in the house or take her ass to the car, that was the level of protection. It's not for her to engage in armed combat. That if she's trained to do so, that where the man is no longer an option, she is able to defend herself because there are bitch ass niggas out there who will target women and children. But that it comes to that to where our women have to open up a platform where thousands of women who would agree that they are with a bitch ass nigga and they need self-defense training. It hurts. But you got opportunities where men are like, yeah, you need to know it, but
It's
go
your
ahead.
job to protect the home.
But that's Castle Doctrine. The Castle Doctrine says it's not just your home. What happens if you observe said lethal harm in the community?
Well, I'm saying in that situation where she walks away, like you said, when she kisses a man or when a man kisses a woman, and that's his protection, like go home, like she protects the home, i.e. meaning the kids, like she removes herself from that situation.
Correct.
So physically she locks the doors, you know, like walking through, she locks the doors, she puts all the protective measures in, she takes that same gun that she would have shot that firefighter with, she takes it in the house and she protects the home and the kids. That's her job. That's her role.
Right.
Not her job, her role. Yeah, okay. I'm following you. I get it. I'm following.
And so that's my position. And I was going on to join Nyla Says to have the conversation, and I was interrupted by somebody who takes the name Afropick. And man, if you didn't see it, then you wouldn't understand why it was triggering. One, it was entertaining for hours. For some reason, I felt guilty by being entertained by the shit, but that's just the way it is. It was like, man, you can't make this shit up. You couldn't have got a softer representation of black men to actually come on. And now that I'm trying to actually take the link and be the voice, she said, Brother Moses, come up. My system wouldn't let me on to speak, but here it is, Afropick, somebody who she's known for a while. And I heard the conversation. I was like, damn, this shit here. But yeah, I finished it off with a plot twist. I'm done for now. My wife is saying, am I going to be talking about the student loan forgiveness? I can do that. Let's talk about student loan forgiveness coming up next. Here's your question. Al, you said, well, what would I do? I say, hope people are willing to listen. My wife knows. And my wife by default, because she's related to me, I'm the underachiever when it comes to Dr. Jenkins. And even you know that, which is why my simping, I don't have no problem with my simping. I never do. But when the women come at me and it sounds like, okay, this woman is actually moving towards a space, like, I swear to God, I hit one live link and a woman was like, hey, Moses. And it was some of the creepiest shit I had ever heard in my life. Now, if a man did that to a woman, they would immediately understand why I was like, bitch. Like, I took it as almost an offense. But that same woman who I called a bitch, it was like, well, damn, okay, now I really feel like, damn, I see where the argument is going. This shit, there's no win in this unless you talk to that person. But at the time, I was like, well, should I try talking to the person? They didn't receive it well. And in fact, they took it as an opportunity to dive the knife even deeper without asking any questions. So I said, well, shit, if that's the case, fuck it. I can't win for losing. But my wife being the better half, that's Dr. Jenkins, literally, who is guilty by association by who she chose. And yes, if her options were to choose better, she had the options. She did choose a nigga who had a record that if you go all the way back to 1991, it was dumb shit. So we believe in expungement. We believe in criminal justice reform. If you don't believe in reform, then why are they doxing people, using people's criminal records, which would have been private? Even the federal government says at some point there should be expungement and reform. In California, we believed in taking some of those convictions off of the application. California also pushed the Crown Act, which is in hiring decisions. You cannot make discrimination based off of women's hair or Black people's or cultural ethnic hairstyles.
So
And-
repeat what, I don't want to repeat what you all said, but repeat what you just said from the beginning.
No, which part do you want me to repeat?
From the beginning.
That's why it's
You said-
recorded. It's on rewind, nigga. You can rewind it.
When you say your wife chose you from the with the record, like back in.
Yeah, like in the early 90s, nigga. She chose me as being, I was still in my, that wasn't even struggle love. That was worse than struggle love for a woman to have to accepted that. She had only been indoctrinated on Mammy Mountain, which is she wanted a Black man. And regardless of how good it looked, I was a veteran and I was somebody who appeared to be smart. I'm smart, fuck it. But even the hood had to tell me, leave that gang shit alone. That didn't dissolve me from being the person who was in them streets like that. Not these niggas who they are putting the stigma on when they just say Pookie and Ray Ray.
Right.
The same woman who says, Moses, I like you and I think that you're different, I'd be like, uh-huh. But at the same time, she'll start up a live stream and then be like, Pookie and Ray Ray, Pookie and Ray Ray. No, nigga, I am that. I was the young blood. We know who the Crips were by name. The nigga name was, we won't give you his real name, but Joe with the mole. Nigga, so our altercations were actually real when we were talking about conflict resolution. Because the nigga was on the football team. Fighting was a badge of honor. These niggas don't want to scrap.
That's what I want right there. So that beginning half, does she ever? Well, she probably won't ever talk on. She probably won't ever create a live stream, will she?
She does have her own space.
Okay, so does she speak in that capacity of what she did, and how she accepted you and where you were in your space, and who she was in her space, and
No, I've never asked her what she liked about me. I felt like I was distracted. If anybody likes me while I was distracted, then you didn't even get the full extent. People
Right.
typically don't like me because I'm boring and I do talk facts.
but you know what? What I mean is how she accepted you. You were at a point where you had me.
Oh, wifey, how she accepted me.
Yeah, and she just, I don't know where she's built of or where she's made out of. I
Right.
don't know, I don't know her DNA, but whatever it is that she had, she did for you what I couldn't do. You know what I mean? I felt like I was your support system. I was everything for you. There was nobody in your life better than me. But she took that and multiplied it, right?
Right.
And even when she did it, you weren't at your best, and you know the shit that you did.
Right.
And she could have left you 1,000 times over, 2,000 times over. But at the end of the day, you ended up graduating from an HBCU, and she's a doctor now. That's the story that needs to be told. She needs to speak that. Not what she did for you, but just what it takes.
Right.
Right?
But for me, I was almost like, I even asked her, I was like, do you want to be in a personal space? Should I even talk about you? And we had to really sit down and talk about it. For real. We had to have it really out to where it was like, oh, she finally accepts this as home now. But for a woman to be married 15 years and not to be able to accept home as home because of what her man is doing, that shit wasn't fair. But these niggas wouldn't be able to process that.
But you know what? We need to hear that, cultural wise, on all ends, as a male, and women and men need to hear it, because we don't hear enough of the viable information that she has to put out there, what she did and what it took. We don't hear that. We just hear what goes viral, what sounds good.
Right.
Well, if we hear sounds good, go ahead. We don't hear the true struggles, what she went through for years, not just 4 months, 4 days. It's like a for lifetime deal that she went through, in the investment that she put in you and herself, that look how y'all came out. Like literally everything that you went through from the time that y'all met. Like look at everything that you all have came through, and look how look at you. You're a graduate. She's a doctor. Like everything. Like all of your highlights, but look at everything that you've been through.
They don't see even the value in the fact that those same gangsters who I came up with came to Georgia to celebrate the graduation from Morehouse. But they'll say, oh, the HBCUs and the HBCU system. But I was that, and I was the nigga who they what essentially happened on the manosphere. They asked me about Morehouse and its LGBTQ agenda, and me being a heterosexual man, they lit my ass up, which they're supposed to do. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I ran from that conversation. I ran from it even then. I didn't think it was my space to be arguing against their agenda. But that's still my answer. And so for them to then have an entire 4 or 5 year career talking about Pookie and Ray Ray, but never understand that I am that, it just blows my mind. They talk about HBCUs, what it took to graduate. We put as much as we could in a car. Now, what is that to be someone who had to accept what they call a 3 trash bag bandit when the Black woman is the one who was already the homeowner? Outright, flat in her name. We're married, but California not being a community property state, that's her asset. And now we're trying to have conversation with men who don't see a value in women and don't want women to even get an education. And this year they finally came out and said a woman can't own a home. I'm like, what kind of tenets do these niggas stand on?
Or is this in California?
Oh, the tenets, no, California is the state that actually is pro-LGBT, pro-everything, even reparations.
Right. No, I'm just saying along the lines of just like on her. I told you I'm pushing a relationship on her. Like I really think that she should push toward it, and I could talk to her too. You know, if you let me to, just to push that role, not a role as far as like succumbing and being submissive.
Right. They don't want to hear it, but yeah, I tried to. She's in the chat as well. She's the one who told me that's Dr. Jenkins right there. Like I had to pump fake and not say her name.
No,
Yes.
Keep just pressing it. Like she's a doctor. You know, like they're big on research. Like they're big on research. So
and they don't understand what it takes. That's one of however many family members we can list of once they finally get to Facebook. Like I didn't go into Nyla Says family like that or Taz Exclusives. And in fact, that's not their real name, and I never asked. I accepted even O'Shea Duke Jackson knowing that wasn't his real motherfucking name. So this Mahogany Oaks woman, they were the ones who were trying to say Moses needs to be held accountable because he opened up a platform to ask Nyla Says. But when I looked at it, Nyla Says was the woman who, out of all of her content, she was like, there is one Black man whose family I respect. And then she went on to say, the rest of you niggas, fuck y'all, because y'all keep attacking me. And then kept pointing out Black male pathology and degeneracy. And after that, I was like, yeah, that's what it is. And so, man, after that, bruh, like, I swear to God, they turned it into a space where they would just cry about child support. And I was like, how do you do that? Who do you talk to when you start having, like, those type of man-to-man conversations?
Well, then when it gets into that child support space, holla at your boy, because I got 19 years in it.
Right, 19 years of child support, and I never knew that was an issue for you.
I have 19 years worth of just the system in itself. But that's, you know, I'm not bitter. I can talk about it. But like I said, I want you to speak to Zanaya like from her viewpoint, like, and what it takes, because what she did is monumental to relationships, and it's a huge disconnect in the community of relationships, you know, because what's formal and what's viral and what's popular is not what she did. Not saying what she's gonna do is gonna work for every woman, but she needs to speak her truth. Like she needs to speak reality. And it may go viral, man. It may not, but it just needs to be spoken.
Right. I be saying if I open, it's not my place, but if I opened up my wife's book, nigga, that's where you see the real senators.
No, that's why I said I want her to speak on it. And you don't have to, she doesn't have to tell everything that happened, but just what she's at, the level of support.
Mm.
Like if you were at your lowest, you know, I can say all day long, like, oh man.
It's like, but what areas
I'm
does
at
she
my
speak
lowest, my
to?
mother did this,
Like,
and
you
my
could put it
mother
in
did
years. Does she go 2007, Quincy born, 2008, marriage,
that.
2009, like
But
that?
you start from the origin. Because if you look at modern day relationships, they think that, oh, in 2 days, you're supposed to be in love and you get married. And you're like happily forever after. Like, nah, like, when did y'all meet? In high school?
No, she would have
No.
met Ron and John in high school.
Well, I'm saying, like, y'all initial meet, like, it just. what I'm
Right.
trying
When
to
did
say-
our souls meet? Like, I know we had to have met previously on multiple occasions because we were always in the same spaces, just two different dynamics.
It didn't happen overnight, girl.
Absolutely not. And we did meet at work, and it was for the Child Abuse Prevention Council.
Man, years, like, years.
We met doing the work at the Child Abuse Prevention Council. Facts. Giving back to the high school where we went that enabled us to get to where we wanted to be. Now, people say the public education is bad, but that's one of the reasons why we're like, look, y'all call it the ghetto. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. When y'all say redlining, that was just the research terminology, but you don't know what that actually meant until you can see that there were strong Black women who were the grandmothers, the matriarchs, who actually started trying to own land and get contracts. And they had their small businesses and such. So me, I work for the system, which is another LLC. If they really were able to listen to Black women in their experience, she's the one who did entrepreneurialism. She's the one who said, I don't want the government actually doing the business because that's where the taxes come in. And if you leave it to her, she wouldn't have a job if they didn't get it wrong. She's in the education ecosystem. So when it comes to writing her book, I know she's been adamant. She sits down with her journal and she starts writing. She has her concept that she's starting to frame. And I know people they need to hear the story. They don't believe it. They think Moses starts sounding like a pastor, which is why I don't go live. I don't want to be re-triggering and re-traumatizing of the same experience that Black women, once they found like a Cynthia G or a Nyla says, now I sound like the same pastor, which has taken them back into the 90s of what they've been looking to escape, which is why I say in their own words, I let people say what they want to say. And I've always asked my wife, does she want to take a part? She's been apprehensive about it. I was like, babe, I can't do it. I'm trying to get, my wife told me, go ahead.
Let me talk, and it's not going to be.
She can hear you right now, nigga.
But I would talk to my sister and ask her to speak because that's something that's a truth. That's a level of understanding that I need to hear.
Right.
You know. And if I know I need to hear it, I know there's several people that need to hear it. Because what she did for you, bro, like what she did for you is something that women don't do anymore. And that's what we need. Like, that's what I need. Like, honestly, that's what I need. Like, that's what I need. That's what I'm lacking. That's why I'm unmarried. That's why I'm not happy. That's why I'm stressed. That's why I'm struggling because I don't have that. You know, and I've been dealing with women in my life that needs to hear something like what your wife needs to speak.
Right.
You know, in whatever capacity that she may speak it on, but
that's why you said offline then, right? You was like, yeah, offline then, but yeah.
Yeah, offline. That's why I said offline. Offline. Like it's not a YouTube topic. It's just something that, you know, that I would talk to her. Like I know you got, you know, you all have your lifestyle and, you know, are we still live?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can cut that live.
You got 13 more minutes and then I'll be done. But yeah, I got to work in the morning. Like, and the biggest irony is they said, what happened to the civil rights movement, my nigga? If we take it out of the personal and private, niggas got jobs. And when niggas started marching and protesting for jobs, that was the proximity to whiteness to where they no longer had the respect of Black Wall Street. So once you get into a paradigm that says, well, we can just run, that absolves men, even those who went to the service. So I had to ask you even, are you comfortable even sharing on a live stream, because if you just so happen to let it slip now, man, when I was in Iraq and start talking about it again, you are already somebody who understands Black nationalism, of commitment, service, duty, protecting women, not being violent towards the women. If you do have a violent tendency, is there any bitch ass nigga that you know of in your life, in your friends list, that is willing to catch a fade? See, you find value in some of the things that I find value in.
Right. Facts.
But I would still give you this respect and courtesy of being able to opt out of that conversation, because the shit got so weird to me, I couldn't understand. And when the actual woman that was the issue, when those two households needed to have their getting at each other, it's still not upon me to regulate what happens in their own household. And now this is neighbor to neighbor, but from across the diaspora. In one case, one person said they were from South Carolina and the others were from Ohio. So it's like, man, y'all don't even know each other. The nigga said, he said, oh, you're the avatar. And once he recognized who it was, you're the voice behind the avatar, but it still didn't say, I know who this person is.
Oh no, he said I don't know you.
Right.
Yeah, he specifically said I do not know you, but now X, Y, X, Z.
Right, because hers was now then the platform that was used by somebody else as a proximity war against his wife. And no matter where he went, that person was adamant about using Black media on wherever they could go, whether it was Fox Sports or Fox News or whatever it was. They wanted to spread the message about his real wife. And it didn't matter what name she used or what she names her platform or her YouTube channel. It's already out there because they put her social security number and everything out there.
That joker did keep bringing up his wife too.
Right.
That's why I said I know X, Y, Z. I know homeboy, because I learned everything I need to know from you.
What's crazy, the dude before him who tried to challenge the manosphere is George Macon, and that dude got out of prison on a murder rap. And so they're talking about domestic violence. It's like, you motherfuckers really don't know how to have a Pookie and Ray Ray argument, do you? Because you want to hold me accountable for being associated with this record when that dude is the murderer. Y'all motherfuckers don't understand. When murder was the case, to me, that was Joe with the mole. And the nigga lived on Nogales. That whole street was Crips, and most of their families were incarcerated. But the ones who weren't, it didn't stop them. It wasn't a deterrent to make it a gun and drug zone in the Heights. Nigga, my fist fights with Joe at the mall when the motherfucker came and tried to take the bike. Nigga, that was real. Nigga, that was a challenge to me, but they wouldn't understand that shit, why fighting was important. Oh, there go wifey. Wifey don't know that I got you on the phone. She might think that you're on the live stream, which is why she's calling, but it would disconnect you on the phone unless I merge the calls. But she's right there in the other room. So I think she's giving me the cue that it's almost 9, which is,
You have to go.
right. The whole house is on pause because everybody does respect, but they would never understand that dynamic. It'd be 9 kids in the house some days, and my kids and my kids' kids, being Uncle Mo, they still respect it. They'll turn off the volume of TV and they'll do their own thing and they'll find something else to do. And if they got a problem, they can read a dictionary or they can do some Excel.
That's being a man in your household. That's respect, man.
But they wouldn't know that. They think that it's being a simp. Because I've been married 15 years, they're just waiting for the day that she divorces me. Not knowing the whole time, we didn't have that conversation too. That happens in American marriage. The divorce rate is real. Black women be like, man, fuck that nigga.
That's a part of being submissive that we don't understand, as a culture. Like, when we say being submissive, it doesn't mean bowing down to your master. It's succumbing to just what's on a YouTube channel. Like, make your space comfortable enough for your mate to run his YouTube channel. Like, what is he doing? What harm is he causing?
All right, I'm going to take the Rottweiler off, man. It wasn't the symbolism, man. It was like, for me, it was the Rottweiler, which I actually love the Rottweiler. Like, but the plot twist is loving the Rottweiler. Do you love the Rottweiler, or do I love my connection with the word bitch more than I love my own image as a Black husband? And if my connection with being able to use the word bitch in public is stronger than my brand, then I'm not willing to even protect myself as a Black man in media. So That's all I got, man. I'm B1 Brother Moses, man. Let me end this live stream. Thank you for all the B1s and the day ones. Now I done got my family on there, so the plot twist takes another interesting dynamic. As you saw, the lady who put me on blast for $40, when I was the one who sent her more than $200, she apologizes and said, well, she meant to send that back, but called me disingenuous when the conversation went about Taz. No, I asked her whether or not I was responding. That woman asked me, well, she told me she didn't actually get to the whole question, but she was saying it would be nice if there was a meetup. And so I was saying, well, now you know me. Now that you know, and your animosity towards them, you're saying it's water under the bridge with me. But if you know that and they show up, are you saying that that's what you're inviting? If you wouldn't send them the invite, then why would you send it to me? Because now you're essentially asking me to walk in there naked. First Amendment rights didn't work when we were having the conversation peaceful, and calling those niggas bitch ass niggas. Well, that didn't work because that's something that we do man to man when we think that we're talking to men. And unfortunately, that's not the space. Those weren't men, those were males. And we were wrong for assuming that they would be unstuck. I never knew that my brother had a challenge with child support because that's not something that he shared. Personal or private, that wasn't his issue in life. And the word bitch, yeah, I still would say Taz could do something about that, but I can't check Taz exclusives, just like I can't check the people in my friends list. And I'm not finna start trying to check Black women who join the panel and give their perspective, especially when it's talking about them and them having to protect themselves, not just their business, not just their brand, but them. And for me, that's why it was important to make the plot twist. Hopefully everybody knows now. I don't have to keep going through the whole elements of why the plot twist is important. We saw it in plot twist 4. I didn't say much. I just showed the doxing of who Nyla Says was. And I went through the Facebook and showed all the videos and all the content that demonstrates her omni-channel marketing capabilities back when it was only 4 or 5 people watching via her Facebook link. But she shared it every time faithfully and consistently. And they don't want to talk about what it takes to be successful in business. They'll steal from it. She shared her analytics and showed you that it was the bigger channels who actually steal from her. Now, what they stole was the Black woman's voice. They stole her face. They stole her image. But when Black men stole her social security number and her photos and things like that and doctored it and did everything that they could, they were allowed to get away with it. And the plot twist shows that even me, who people would call a good Black man, my content is still up. But when I showed the video of content or intellectual property theft, when I showed a music video, they immediately blocked it when it was showing that. But they never protected Nyla Says. Her husband stepping up, he was never able to protect Nyla Says. And if it escalated to the Second Amendment, that's what they wanted in order to say what a Pookie and Ray Ray was. They wanted him to do what a Pookie and Ray Ray should do, which is defend his wife with lethal force. They wanted her to use her voice, but to shut the hell up as a Black woman. And so everybody is getting their way, but the actual, what I would say, a victim. In this case, I don't call it being a victim because when Nyla Says goes live, I still think that she's not doing exactly what she wants to do. I think that people like Cynthia G are still holding back. And if Cynthia G ever had access to share what it is, what she's saying, it would definitely show these motherfuckers that if it's porn and who they really choose and the type of porn and why that porn addiction is bad for the Black male and why being compared to Black men who have porn addictions is not the best case, that porn is a maladapted behavior issue of women who are now learning or indoctrinating themselves not to respect women, but only to view women in their sexualized, objectified capacity, then, well, damn it, why is Cynthia G being blocked? I swear to God, I shared the receipt of when Cynthia G was being blocked, and she was advocating for sharing Black women's history. And that's what the actual ban was when I took the screenshot at the time that they were looking to block Cynthia G. But when Woman's Sphere advocates for sex workers and looks to align herself with the part of the manosphere that wants to get away with promoting juvenile prostitution, via spaces like TikTok and Snapchat, where the private messages can be deleted. Us as fathers, we have a problem. Wives and mothers have a problem. Working on Child Abuse Prevention Council, we realize that you can't just say, well, it's on the parents, because the parents don't have the option of opting our children out, and nor do we get all of the texts that they share. And even if it was about the children, we don't have the ability to stop who has access to our children. And when we know that they could take that information and share it amongst people who advocate for pedophilia and rape, and are advocating for Black men to be on the juries, and if it's any allegation of sexual impropriety, sexual deviancy, to vote not guilty against the woman or that young girl, well, shit, my purpose was clear. And so I still stand with the B1 Network, and I haven't been proven otherwise. They've given me receipts about the deflections, but Snoop Dogg, that motherfucker got his dream fulfilled. He got to wear his Crip uniform dancing at the Super Bowl in front of an international audience. The message about gangbanging and violence is resound as Blockbuster gets even more Holly weird. The House of Consciousness, which is the steward for propagating Black consciousness, well, they had to check it or correct it when it came to who their leader was, when it was Brother Polite. And so an Afropic saying that Black men are enabled with their passport to be better gentlemen, I don't buy it, when his entire argument then delves back into who Black women choose. And when Black men then choose to make sexual trafficking where their conversation is, well, husbands have to step up. And Taz was the nigga who had the shield. Nyla Says had the shield on an international platform. Cynthia G still has the shield in many different spaces. In my own chat, they told me I need to make a different separate account in order to protect myself, because the heterosexual male and the woman that loves him, well, the Black woman, if she does it, she's a mammy and she's a fool, because the Black home is no longer protected when we're dealing with a demographic where Black men, well, they're teaching Black men or Black boys otherwise. And so what do? They opened up a space where where even despite knowing all of this, seeing it, they're still willing to open up their space and take a hit and let these people talk. And so if that's the best that I can do, today was another one of those nights. But it's been a plot twist where I show you that the personal and private, that's pulled out. This is my brother. And he knows me better than anyone. My wife actually joined today and gave her voice in the chat. When I called the woman a bitch, she started saying, well, I was a sissy and gay because of my affiliation with Morehouse. She called my wife a trans. So I called that woman a bitch. And then on Mahogany's panel, I felt like I had got ambushed because there was a woman making up allegations of being a cyber stalker when Brother Moses has done nothing but support Black YouTube as much as I can with facts and data, despite not agreeing with many of these people. And the one area where I put my foot down ended up being the place where it was like, oh no. And that area gets 1,000 people to watch. Mahogany, well, I asked her. And when she left that day, and when she came and apologized, I asked her flat out her perspective on Ramil, because he was the one in Chicago who got busted in one of them human trafficking raids, and he had a 17-year-old with him, and they were looking for runaways, and the runaway was with him. And his defense, he said she lied, and that's why he went to jail. That nigga lied. He said she wasn't a minor. She was, all of the things, but even exposing the fact that he knew she was a minor. He said his age that he goes for was 13 and 14. And when it came to B1 Brother Moses, O'Shea let that nigga Ramil have the platform. His platform was the one that said Moses. When them niggas got on the platform and started saying B1 Brother Moses, nigga, they was like, nigga, this nigga neck too little. Oh, look at his face. I was like, man, you niggas sound gay. Nigga, listen, I'm giving you facts. But they attacked me and ran me up out of there as the Morehouse grad because of my proximity to the LGBT community in Atlanta and not fighting against the LGBTQ community. Meanwhile, I don't know if you've heard of Kevin Samuels, but have you heard of Kevin Samuels?
Yep.
You've heard of him, but you wouldn't know that he was the one begging for links from Nyla Says when all of this was happening. And he was begging for links because he was the associate of O'Shea Duke Jackson, looking to join not just the Sunday Rumble, but O'Shea was the one who said, and this is Nyla Says, when Nyla Says went up as a married woman to give a perspective from a woman's perspective on the Negro Manosphere Sunday Rumble, where it's a bunch of men coming together and they're having a fucking pity party, sounding weak as fuck and crying about child support and blaming black women for everything. Come to find out it's because they're incels and they ain't been able to be with a black woman for 10 years, but now they just get online and talk shit about black women. It's not just something they post on Facebook and people argue against it, but they get online and do it. And so she took the link for the Sunday Rumble and then became the victim, where they took her information and was like, oh, do you want to see pictures of Nyla Says naked in front of 1,000 black men audience live? And her life was never the same. And in fact, she ended up being the woman who gets banned. And the women at the time, they said, well, she shared pictures of women breastfeeding. And then they tried to say on sexual websites, which is how they do their campaigns, their smear campaigns. And so Nyla Says and Cynthia G excommunicated that woman who wanted to push the sexual worker space years ago and broke the trifecta, or in men's space, it's the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, but it's really just using things in forms of threes. Shame, blame, explain. So they praise Kevin Samuels, who gave a system of degrading oneself for women who would call in across the world and rate themselves in the eyes of what would be considered a high-value man. A talking point that derived from incel men who blame black women for all the woes in the community and say, well, if black women would just submit to me, then they would be okay. And when black women said, well, submit to what? It showed up that these were their issues, that black women were being inappropriately touched, let alone inappropriately talked to. And that the submission that those men wanted was the ability to yell and scream and do whatever they wanted to black women inside of the household. And having black women who push back and say, no, nigga, you're a pussy for even screaming at a woman like that. Well, that got black women targeted. And so they never really actually had to define what submission was. And when we challenged them on that, we found out that what they term submission is the reason why they target girls young, get them young. And once a black woman turns a certain age, we don't want them. And the single black woman, and they use as disqualifiers the same thing that they're trying to learn by going to dating coach and physical fitness life coaches. They want to get their body right to be sexually attractive in the market space, so that they can lure in women. They believe in R. Kelly, just like they believe in freedom for Bill Cosby. So they want to use drugs, the same thing that I would have been arrested for as a minor. They want to be able to use drugs in order to lure women into their little sexual circles, lower that woman's inhibition, and then be able to say, well, if the woman goes to court because she said no, she calls the police first, she's a sellout for calling the police. Then they want the police to run a toxicology report, because if it shows that that woman just likes to smoke weed too, they want it thrown out that they committed a sexual assault. And what we say, we're finally teaching these niggas to say the word rape. And what allies say is the issue is there was a lot of childhood rape that happened, that these men are finally, they're having to deal with their childhood rape. And they couldn't say the word. They were afraid to say the word. But molestation was their easy way of dealing with it. But that hurts. And when they found out that it was at the hands of other black men, it really hurt. Black women stood up in mass by the thousands. And when they were asked by using what these black men are saying, when is it? Like they were saying, like they use the hip hop music, how they say, as soon as the woman can have her menstruation cycle, this is what those men are saying. That's when that young girl is now accountable for her adult behaviors. And they use it as a rationale, saying the age of consent, which is why I argue, why the fuck are you even following the Romans or the English or the fucking goddamn you Greeks? The Greeks were boy lovers. The Romans were war people, force. The Greeks wanted the self-defense as a resistance to what the Romans did. So how the fuck is it that their system of law, and they say, well, the Nation of Islam has a system? No, it doesn't. Riza Islam is the spiritual son of Farrakhan, and he was accused of rape by his fiance. And Minister Farrakhan, he didn't protect him and didn't not say it. He got up there and made it seem like, well, Riza Islam, you're going to have your day in the white man's court. The Nation of Islam has to hold itself accountable to the white man as well. So the faith-based system, we know that the black church, if the pastor was the most susceptible, but he was the leader, and that drove a wedge where other men felt like, well, if they couldn't have sexual access to all the women the same way the pastor did, and they were expected to be a good, upstanding deacon, but the pastor got all the women, then they were leaving. Now you got those same men who only joined the church because they were wayward in the street and because entrepreneurship was locked off. So you got these same Pookie and Ray Rays who may only get a job or they're back to whatever their hustle was. And in California, that was the war on drugs. Yeah, so in any event, man, I've been extra long-winded. It is 9:15. My wife even being here long enough to know, man, this shit is crazy. But yeah, the story continues. Untold American History is the new name by whatever they brand it, because that's what Taz always did. And that's what I always supported. And I said, if there was anything that I could do, I believe that if Taz and Nyla were able to do whatever they wanted to do and budget wasn't an issue, that they haven't even scratched the surface on the real level of content that they would do. And rather than being able to do that inside of America, there are spaces that say, yeah, we'll do that in Africa. And they can approve it if they do it in Africa. But if a black family decides that this is the business, social media and YouTube, and that they believe in a black family being able to put it out, but that their standards and boundaries and expectations is that we will not be targeting women and children, well, shit, they get put off of the platform. And in fact, they take the hits. And so plot twist is me. Well, if I got to stand with it, the irony is they haven't removed the plot twist, but I use the image of Nyla Says as well. They haven't taken me off, just like they haven't taken off the image of the haters who did it in a nefarious way. For me, this is the actual content. Whether they like it or not, this is the story. So hopefully wifey will join one day and start to share what it, because the struggle part of the relationship, if they want to know it. I know they're not ready for it because those men still get caught up on the transatlantic slave trade, let alone trans, the hope-based conversation about what faith has done. But my wife says she saw potential, and what she saw in the form of potential was enough for her to be willing to sell her house or to give her house to the authority, to the stewardship of family, while she uprooted our nuclear family to join me in Atlanta, Georgia, because Morehouse College was a dream that should not have been deferred. And as a married man, that would put me in a space where, yes, all the temptation is there every day, but it's not the absence of temptation, Big Al and B1 Network. It's the presence of discipline that defines the man and separate men from just being males of any other species. And I can't call a woman a bitch because that puts her as a mammal, but it doesn't respect her personhood. It would be going against the same legitimate constitutional claim arguments that were extended by giving black men proximity to white men. If the argument is about proximity to whiteness, and they say when men finally went to the Supreme Court, they argued for proximity to white women. The other argument is civil rights changed because they were protesting for jobs. And so on the civil right front, I am B1 Brother Moses. And I believe that finance and economic gets put to the understatement. But I'll bring my brother on to talk about it. Every once in a while, understand we are human. So when we talk about finance, we are going to use words and phrases that otherwise people would be worried about our channel. Like Moses don't get banned for that. But yeah, we don't talk around it. We call Mexicans Mexicans or Hispanics, Latinos. They are what they are. Gays are gays. People who are allies, LGBTQ. But I believe, coming from a Black first perspective, that we need more married men. Now, I'm married. Bro, you the entrepreneur. I'm the sellout in many of these spaces because I use proximity to whiteness. I went and got an education and all of that shit. And I served the country. You serve the country, so they might use that against you as well. But I would be more than glad if you came and joined me on this platform of mine, because I'm still on that journey as a veteran. But I'm Black first. Even when I joined, I had already had the skills and training necessary. I didn't need a license to carry the weapon. It never had to get to the Second Amendment right in the first place. They didn't have to write it down for it to be a right for the members of my family. And that also applies to the women. Self-defense was a natural right. And it was not something that the white man could either take or give away. And when the man surrendered it, yeah, that's dominated. That's being submissive to other groups of men. And Omar Johnson, the most popular Papa, Prince of Pan-Africanism, did nothing but re-articulate why Black men gave up their rights again. And he did nothing towards, well, what are Black men actually doing? And the Black community awarded him with a B1 prize, and a House of Consciousness awarded him with all the fame and awareness he wants. But the B1 network said, man, that shit ain't B1. The nigga ain't even did shit yet. But talk about it. Because they still have a messianism complex, or they believe that a Black male will one day come, the Edgar Hoover or the FBI. Oh, there's going to be a Black Messiah that's going to come and save them. Well, white women have already agreed that that comes with enabling Black women. And so they are enabling white women to be better allies and to try to stop contradicting when Black women do use their voice, because they also understand that that's not going to be by saying, well, the Black man needs greater access to white men. Once they're given that access, a seat at the table does nothing when Black has been co-opted by all other groups of men, including Black men who now identify as African. And the Black objective or the Black perspective is now an experience that everybody can relate to. And so, salute. In Texas, nigga, that is family, the Native American argument. That's family. When they say Cherokee, I was like, okay, I know they don't know exactly what tribe yet, but I understand that that's what ignorant people do. But again, that's a whole other part of race. And I know that we're talking to people who don't understand that Mexican is not a race. And so I'm out, because that's all I got. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to be live when I do that. B1, Brother Moses, that's all I got. And that's what they say. If I don't share my face on a live stream, then it's not really a reaction. We're reacting in real time to the real plot twist that happened. And you can't make this shit up, is what Kevin Samuel said. But that in itself was when Cynthia G used to say, make it make sense. And so you choose. But the sides are there. The gender war is actually real. And inside of the Black household, hey, we have to have these conversations. And Dr. Jenkins finally joined the chat. That is a plot twist if there's no other ones. Everybody who said, hey to Dr. Jenkins, that is the woman who Nyla says actually saluted. And the rest of these women who join and say, Brother Moses, you rock with Nyla. Nigga, but Nyla at least respects my wife. The rest of these women would call my phone with that bullshit, disrespectful of my wife. The rest of the women would be like, well, Nyla said, nigga, your wife, she's with you? Oh, and it says Nyla is live now. So I am done with mine. My job here is done. Hopefully you enjoyed your Black Media Content Day. Black YouTube, I'm signing off. Y'all might see me in February. November is the hardest month for me. And those who know, know. And those who don't, well, rock with us. You'll get it. It'll make sense one day. Thank you, brother. I love you for joining me. Good night to my wife. Good night, Tan Joan. Good night all the way in the UK, the Queen Cascade 2.0. We're on international platforms, whether we like it or not. Our message is consistent. I said, ban that nigga. And instead of banning him, the very next day, they were still ready to rock with him and putting out that information like it was real receipts. But I told you who Thomas Sowell was today. So take it for what it is. I gave facts and details. And some people going to learn when it comes to B1 Brother Moses, they can't argue against that shit. So they should have just said, well, Brother Moses, we need to talk to your wife about this then. Because she knows. Dr. Jenkins is an accomplishment for a generation and a generation and a generation. And despite whatever happened to the women in all of that time, she has a better story than me. I was the nigga that was trying to rob a O'Shea bitch ass nigga on the B. Too much information, I know. My bad. But I thought the nigga was a bitch, to say the least. Plot twist.